may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'll never forget my kids coming home from school and telling me about the fact that not in their class, but one of their friends goes to a different school, public school, who's a great student and a great kid and a great athlete, and he apologized for being white and male in his classroom. And it was really prompted by a class discussion. And so that's why I'm grateful for what is expected today with President Donald J. Trump, what he's doing to try to promote things like, being the best, being an excellent learner, an excellent student, excellence and pride in your learning abilities, in your knowledge, right? History, grammar, math, science, and bringing that back to the forefront. I've told you about the polls that say anywhere from 69% to 90%, depending on which poll you listen to. But let's take the minimum. At least 69% of high school teenagers say that they have heard about CRT in school and that they've been taught critical race theory in their school. And this at a time, by the way, when we have a situation in most American schools, particularly public schools, where we have a mental health crisis, where we're way down in numbers, where we don't even score in the top 5. And I'm being minimalistic here, in the world as far as how our students succeed in school. And so President Donald J. Trump is signing this executive order today to prohibit federal funding to all K through 12 schools that should not be allowed to teach critical race theory or any kind of radical gender ideology. I had mentioned this earlier in one of my newscasts in Kale and Company, but I wanted to go into this a little bit more because this was yet another promise by President Trump before he became president again, right, before on the campaign trail. And he vowed that he would sign such an executive order that cuts any kind of federal funding to any school which teaches critical race theory, the transgender ideology that we've heard about, and I will just say this, other inappropriate kinds of lessons that involve, anything about sex or your gender. Sometimes we're seeing this with little kids as young as 5 years old. It's just not appropriate. We've talked about this. And so I'm just glad that he is, in essence, it's on one hand, it's about a cultural shift that he's trying to say, no, we're going to focus in school on education. Because after all, it's not as if we are number one in the world when our children are tested on things like reading ability, math, science, any of those things. We're not. So stop.
Did you happen to see the article I said from CNN?
I did not.
Headline, U.S. children fall further behind in reading, make
Perfect.
little improvement in math on national exam. That was actually released just this morning, Dawn.
Thank you. And there it is. I mean, further. So on one hand, you have those studies and polls and surveys, statistics that Dan, our great executive producer, Dan Borowski, is quoting. You have all of the different polls. And I mean, my gosh, I could spend half an hour just looking at these of students, American students. And these are not biased polls. Some of them are, but not all. I mean, the majority are not, where they talk about critical race theory. They're being taught this. And I would say they're not just being taught, they're being indoctrinated.
CNN likes to blame it on COVID, though, Dawn. It says it's largely due to the crawl out of COVID. We've seen a huge decline in learning since coronavirus, and doesn't really mention anything about DEI here in the article. So your thoughts?
I would say that, okay, fine. If you want to blame a percentage of that on the lockdowns, the shutdowns, for example, that happened here in Pennsylvania by Democrat former governor Tom Wolf. And remember what happened, because Pennsylvanians revolted against that. And we pulled back his executive powers so that nobody could do that moving forward, no matter whether they have an R or a D behind their names. We cut down on the executive powers of the executive branch here in Pennsylvania because Tom Wolf went way too far. And in cities like Philadelphia, the blue areas suffered the most. And so who suffered the most, as I always say, the so-called black and brown community. That's who suffered. So if you want to say that, sure. Okay, fine. I'll give you that. More government lockdowns. But I would say it's a Democrat strategy, if you will, to make our children's minds distracted, not focused on being the best, not focused on, being the greatest in the world. I mean, here we have all this money. We have all of the capability. We have the power right here to make sure that our kids have all the resources we need to move forward into the next generation, into learning. And think about, I'll even take you back to what Vivek Ramaswamy was criticized for when he put out that tweet, which I think was maybe a final nail in the coffin politically, if you will. But Vivek Ramaswamy was not wrong when he said, right now we are behind. We are behind in educating our children to be the future of, for example, we're looking at AI. We're looking at science. We're looking at math. And so Vivek had put out there that we need to make sure that we tap into countries like India, for example, where they lead the world when you look at science and math. I've talked a lot about that. But I just want to put this out there that Trump is so today when he signs the executive order, the talking point, the narrative is going to be, oh, see, this is racism, it's discrimination. No. It's the opposite. It frees up America's children from all of this nonsense and gobbledygook and making them focus on things that are not the priority. The priority is to focus children so that they can just learn and not be burdened. We're unburdening. Oh, I sound like Kamala, right?
Oh, wow.
We're
wow.
unburdening.
What has been burdened? Is that what
has been burdened?
No, is that
you
what
know
it
what
was?
has burdened us?
Burden.
Crud.
Yeah.
The CRT, the DEI, all of this stuff. We talked earlier about that memo that went out this week in Montgomery County, and we'll talk about Delco in a moment. But it's happening here with all this DEI crud, with all of this CRT crud, and who pays for it? You pay for it. Whether you're in Philadelphia, we talked about the memo earlier, Montgomery County, they're doubling down on DEI hires. So when your taxes are going up, hello, Montgomery County talking to you, Delaware County talking to you, when all your taxes are going up, this is part of the reason that they're going up. This is what we're spending our resources and our money on, something called DEI.
Yeah, it's sad. So just real quick on this National Assessment of Educational Progress that was written about within the past couple of days. It's an administered test to public schools. Every state, 2024 was the last one that they did. So 4th and 8th grade students, math reading. Peggy Carr, commissioner of this center, says news is not good. We are still seeing progress. We need to regain the ground our students lost during the pandemic, she says. For the most part, American schools have not yet begun to make any progress. The average math score for 8th grade students was unchanged from 2022, which was already low from the past, while reading scores fell 2 points below 2022 at both grade levels. 1/3 of 8th grade students scored below basic in reading, more than ever in the history of the assessment.
And how long has the assessment been going on?
I don't have that right in front of me.
So I would be curious. So this
yeah.
is historic numbers.
So huge numbers. I'll get that for you in a sec. But just for example, 8th grade students who scored below basic in reading were typically unable to make a simple inference about a character's motivation after reading a short story. And some are unable to identify the word industrious, meaning to be hardworking.
It's infuriating. And
it is.
The media, and thank God for social media and for streaming and for all of that, because the so-called mainstream media, corporate-run media, whatever you want to call it, woke media, the narratives that they try to put out there, and we'll get into all of it, but the narratives that they try to pull on us, I think are not working, and that's why we saw a Trump victory, thank God.
1969.
So since
1969,
1969, we have not had these historic levels of children. So what are they? That's my question. What are they learning in school, right? What are they learning? And this is years past COVID. Did COVID lockdowns damage all of us, run by the Democrats and supported by the teachers union officials? Yes, it damaged us as a nation. I'm sick of it. Can we pivot really quickly here, because I have to stay to time because we have great information and breaking news for you. But I want to pivot really quick to the Philadelphia ICE raids that happened here. And there was one raid at a car wash where they made arrests. There are reports that there was another attempt for ICE to go into a business. We'll talk about that momentarily. And I don't have the information, and I've been trying to look this up this morning, as far as the 7 people detained during an operation that happened by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE baby. And they conducted this operation at a car wash. This is North Philadelphia. Many of you saying, hey, what about the employer? If these individuals are here illegally, why not a crackdown on employers who are perpetuating these types of illegals in our region? I also don't have word whether or not these individuals who are detained, are they already convicted criminals? Because that's what we've heard as the focus. So I'll take you through the details, but I also want to say to you that during all these community organizers were speaking out yesterday, and one of them in particular was saying, when Trump signs the Laken-Riley Act, they have to use Laken-Riley's name because that's what it's called. When Trump signs into law the Laken-Riley Act, this will make it much more difficult for people here illegally who are convicted criminals. And they're complaining about that. Literally, you can't even wrap your brain around it. Then one of the demonstrators, by the way, also said, and this is really rich, said, oh, so for example, if I go to a Target and let's just say and I'm quoting, forget to pay at the Target, and I leave the store and I get arrested and convicted for forgetting to pay at the Target. In other words, stealing, because quite frankly, it's really difficult to forget to pay at Target, by the way. Then I'm going to be deported. And this is against my rights. This is the rationale, which is, by the way, ridiculous, but this is what's going on. So I will point out to you that as of this morning, I don't have any word from Mayor Sherelle Parker of Philadelphia. She has not commented on this. She's not condemning the fact that a federal law enforcement moved in and is reportedly removing convicted criminals, accused criminals, from our midst. We do have Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel commenting about this and saying that ICE is working and doing what their function is, but we continue to work in that posture. That's the comment from Philadelphia's police commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the evidence of a new day in Philadelphia. Can you imagine if this happened? Remember the former mayor, Jim Kenney, the Prosecco drinking mayor who went to the burbs to drink the Prosecco. Remember, he was doing his little dance and he was so happy that we were a sanctuary city. He made us a sanctuary city in 2016. He prohibits our local law enforcement from he handcuffs local law enforcement.
A sanctuary city, yeah.
That's the former mayor. Guess what, Philadelphia? This is a new day because our mayor, Sherelle Parker, she's not dancing in her office and celebrating this as a sanctuary city. She's complying with the law, but she is quiet about this. And that's the comment from her, Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel, as he's saying that the city is in compliance with all the laws, but that ICE is doing what they do. And that's it. That's it. What does that say to you? It says volumes to me. And I understand that Democrats like Mayor Sherelle Parker are walking a fine line, I suppose. But I think that sometimes this kind of silence speaks volume. Notice this. How come they're not really calling her out? How come? How come the progressives, where's Helen Gim in all of this? Where are the sanctuary city advocates, Krasner, ripping into the mayor? They're afraid to rip into her too much. They don't want her. They don't want to provoke her to come out and say the truth. That most Philadelphians are looking at this and looking at what's happening across the country, seeing Caroline Leavitt's fabulous first ever White House press news conference. They support it. Most Americans support what's going on. We don't want criminals in our midst. We don't want convicted criminals let out of jails in other countries to be here as predators against our kids and our families. That's what's going on. Real quick here, I'll say North Philadelphia yesterday, apparently there was a business where ICE officers approached the business. Reportedly, that business owner said, do you have a warrant? They did not. And so they said, you do not have access. And so the reports are, I'm getting multiple reports, that in fact, then they did not go into that business. They respected the law. So we'll continue to follow this. But I think that the biggest statement is the non-statement, the silence by Philadelphia's mayor, who by her silence is supporting these ICE sweeps, which are taking convicted criminals and reportedly violent criminals or a threat to all of us, taking them off the streets. And that doesn't cost us a dime as far as city tax dollars. I have to leave it there because we have a great interview right around the corner for you. And we're going to talk about all of this and tax dollars, specifically in Delco, when we come back at Dawn Stensland 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. We'll be right back.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've got the whole season planned. Shopping list, the dinner parties, who's picking up who at the airport when someone asks, why is the heat not coming on? First you panic. You fill up a swear jar. Then you remember that Horizon Services commercial about their experts being there the same day for any problems and how they'll install a new HVAC system with no payments and 0% interest until 2025. Oh, you stop panicking and realize your swear jar will cover the Horizon visit. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
He calls to tell me that he's been in an accident, and I'm just scared to death.
I couldn't have hoped for anybody better than Morgan & Morgan. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
It really did feel like family.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
I had so much fun with so many of you at the Trump Force 47, all of those wonderful campaign events across our region, Bucks County, Montgomery County, one of my favorites in Delaware County, and got to know Michael Straw, who is my next guest, who is somebody who's, first of all, has worked very hard in the chairman of the Media Borough Republican Committee, elected Western GOP Precinct Committee, Michael Straw. And Michael knows that I love Michaels because I have a Michael, and I might have over the summer a few times accidentally texted Michael Straw thinking it was my son, Michael. And he's like, I think this is intended for somebody else. I was like, sorry, Michael. But we had so many great events. So when Dan said that Michael Straw was available today to really catch us up on what's going on in Delaware County and this income tax issue, which I guess for now has been averted. It's a big issue with taxes going up, especially in Montgomery County as well as Delaware County. Do we have Michael Straw? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Dawn?
I'm doing great, my friend. Thanks for being here today. So I wanted to, can you just update? We had all those great events that you hosted, and you and the GOP committees in Delaware County, and of course you're the chairman of the Media Borough Republican Committee there. Great events. I'm sorry that I couldn't attend the big celebration, the victory tour, taking the victory lap, if you will. I'm sorry I couldn't make it with you and Val and everybody, but congratulations.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And it was really fun. But unfortunately, our Delaware County Council chose to, rain on our parade in December with a massive tax hike for all Delaware County residents.
Yeah, and so what's going on? Because there's a back and forth and we played some of those the audio and video from some of those very passionate meetings with a lot of residents. Even I think some Democrats are saying, what income taxes are going up again. And so I think that people felt bamboozled. There have been pushes and at least one court victory then to say, no, you can't do this, not so fast. So what's the latest here, Michael Straw, as we look toward at least the income tax being implemented in Delco?
Well, so income taxes are currently being implemented throughout different municipalities in Delaware County. Upper Providence is a great example. Currently, Media Borough has always had one because we do have lower property taxes, and the income tax supplements it. But there are many other municipalities where the income tax is coming into play, where they're adding on, essentially like in Upper Providence and whatnot. And some of them are being added on as excuses. Upper Providence, from what I heard, it was an excuse to say that there was a shortfall all the way back when the Republicans were in control of the council, which, from what I understand, is simply just not true. And but either way, the Upper Providence Council has passed an earned income tax, from what I understand.
So can I just want to clarify something, Michael. So I had reported, and this was mid-December, and that's what so the Delaware County Council approves that whopping 23% increase for 2025. That's on top of, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that's on top of, there was an increase the previous year, but there are a lot of different taxes, so I just want to go through it. So that's for everybody, right? The 23% on top of, okay.
Yes, but that's for property tax. So the county council, there was a 5% tax increase previously in the previous year. And then the county council voted to pass a 23% property tax increase
for this year?
This past year. And they and it's all there. From what I could see, they're trying to celebrate the fact that it wasn't 28%, which was going to be the original tax increase. And I would say a lot of us.
So they saved you 5%. Is that? Old? That's Kathy Hochul. That's what she does in New York.
Right. We could put heavy quotes on that because in reality, when you look at the budget, they are supplementing their budget revenues with millions of COVID dollars, rainy day funds, and now another $8.5 million or so in money from transfers, which we don't even know where this money is coming from. So really, they didn't save us any money in this tax increase because it's just going to come back next year.
So it was about 23.8% tax increase. That's going into effect, and that's for everybody in Delaware County. The previous year, it's about 5%. And so you're paying a whole lot more That's for everybody in Delaware County. But
Yes.
then on top of all of these property tax increases, who pays or who's facing these income taxes that are happening?
Right. So at the moment, Upper Providence, from what I understand, is the only municipality this year that will face it, along with any other municipality that already had it. Thankfully, Upper Darby will not be implementing it this year because of the ruling that occurred from last year in regards to how that income tax was passed. And there was rumor, from what I heard, that Nether Providence might be considering it as well. So at the moment, Upper Providence is the latest town that has implemented it.
And so the bottom line on this one, Michael Straw, just to accentuate this, is that for Upper Darby and Delco, they won't have it's only because the residents were infuriated by that. They took it to court, and a judge said, in fact, there were violations in the process, the legal, lawful process by which they would raise that income tax. Presumably, what I'm hearing from residents is they're gonna go back and they're gonna do this lawfully, but it looks like next year they're gonna have this. Is that your read on this as well? Okay. Yes,
that's my read on it. And so good on the residents for holding their government accountable and at the very least staving off attacks for another year. But yes, it does sound as if Upper Darby is going to move forward with it next year, which on top of another property tax increase from the county is just not going to be good for Delaware County residents.
And so, when we look at this, and I remember a day, and you probably do too, where Delaware County, Montgomery County, all the so-called collar counties of Philadelphia were all red. They were all Republican. Now we've seen a change in that. And obviously now this is, as the Democrats go, just watch for higher taxes. I mean, that's just a fact. 855-839-1210 if you can prove I'm wrong on that one. And these are not just small incremental taxes. These are, 23.8%. I don't find anybody who could say, oh, well, that's small. Then on top of it, Michael Straw, when we consider the fact that these tax hikes are on top of the fact that they're tapping into what should be reserves. And so this is another reason for concern. So my question to you, Michael Straw, what is costing so much more? And the one thing I can think of, and just please, clarify this for us and detail it for us. The one thing I can think about it is that in Delaware County, for example, there's some newly created bureaucracies. There's a newly created health department, for example. So what are these new expenditures that were created that are costing the homeowners, the taxpayers? So not just homeowners, if you're in one of those municipalities where you do have the income tax.
Oh, yes. So our newly created health department, some of the grand expenditures that we get to pay for as Delaware County residents include vending machines outside of the Delaware County courthouse that have condoms and COVID tests in them. And we get to pay for an electric vehicle fleet that is solely for the health department. And that's so they can drive around and basically do what they do best, which is provide more condoms for individuals across the county. That's basically it. And on top of that, a free yoga program in Yaden.
Is it hot yoga? I'm just kidding.
Well,
I'm just teasing.
No, I don't. I haven't tried it out, but so in the end of the day, so if you're on the other side of the county, it would seem wiser to simply just open up YouTube and watch tutorials on yoga than to drive all the way to Yaden to access your free yoga.
No, I will say, I think those EVs, weren't they they were part of a state grant, right? I believe. Yeah. And maybe that was fueled also because remember remember when the then Vice President Kamala Harris came here and was traveling the country talking about EVs and all of the federal grants, and it's trickled down to the, state level and that sort of thing. But, to your point, what they're spending money on, and it's a common theme for whatever reason, because we keep hearing about the condom spending what was the number that I think Caroline Levitt talked about this yesterday, that we give like $50 million for condoms somewhere in, was it Africa or I don't know, another continent? What is up with that, with free condoms that, and much like we hear about the toilet seat that costs, your average toilet seat's what, $20 to $40 if you go to Home Depot. But for some reason, these things, if the government is involved, the condom that costs, like, I don't know, $1, all of a sudden it's $10. What is happening here?
It beats me, and it's apparently one of the few metrics that we can look at as to the productivity of our health department. And by the way, I do have to mention that although they got the EV vehicles via a grant, we still have to maintain these vehicles and this fleet. And we also, as far as I'm aware, the charging stations were not via grant. We had to build those charging stations, which are now on a parking lot in Media Borough, which used to be a parking deck and has now created a parking issue in the borough because we have less parking spaces than we originally had with the parking deck. So just creating more issues.
Yes. So the bottom line here is, and I have an affinity, as you well know, Michael, I love Delaware County. And Larry and I were married, St. Philomena's. We've talked about this before. Love Delco. And it is right there, up against West Philadelphia. And I've talked to so many members of law enforcement who have said in Delaware County, Delco kind of holds that line. And yet, if you're in Delaware County, these are beautiful neighborhoods. My husband was born and raised in Lansdowne, and you can see the city skyline. It's so accessible to the city. It's a beautiful place, a really wonderful place with so much rich history. And so a piece of this is as we think about Delaware County and just saving Delco, what do you see here with what's happening? And thinking back to Trump Force 47 meetings where so many people and former Democrats said they're not really political people, Michael, but they just want to make sure that we save and preserve what's beautiful, what's great about Delaware County, that it is a great place to raise a family or not, or just as a single person who wants to work and live and not face crime or all these high costs. What can people do to stay activated, to make sure that we're aware, that there is transparency, and that we can make sure that Delaware County and its beauty and all that's great about Delco is preserved?
So I would recommend two things to all of your listeners. One, follow the Delaware County Council meetings. They happen on the first and third Wednesday of each month. If you can get to the meeting, get to it and watch and listen to your county government. The Delaware County Council has grown this government by over 25% in the past 5 years, from 21 now to in that budget to 2025. Get to your county council meetings and understand what is happening, because the Delaware County Council just increased your taxes by 23.8% this year, 5% the previous year, and with the budget essentially being filled with COVID dollars and rainy day funds and transfers from where we don't even know where the money is being transferred from, there's likely going to be another budget gap this go around, which would require most likely another tax increase. And the other thing that I think that your listeners should do is get involved with your local Republican Party.
Yeah.
Contact the Delaware County Republican Party. Get involved. I have seen so many people reach out to me and to other friends like Val Bianconello who have, gotten involved now with the county party because of this latest tax increase that the county government has passed. Because I think a lot of people are opening their eyes and seeing that this Delaware County Council is out of control in terms of spending and in terms of how it feels towards its residents. I do want to mention that the Delaware County Council this past 2 meetings ago changed its public comment period. It took away 3 minutes of public comment. We used to have 6 minutes to be able to speak to the council, 3 minutes in the beginning and 3 minutes at the end. The council has removed 3 of those minutes.
Well, and that was part of why the judge agreed with the community that they didn't have transparency and all of that. So I'm glad that the judge ruled that way. Michael Straw, I've got so much breaking news that I got to get to. I hope you come back. And I know my friend Val Biancanello, she'll be along too. So we just want to keep in touch and remind everybody that just because of what happened last election, you got to stay aware, and you can't be asleep at the wheel. Thank you. Michael Straw, Delaware County, GOP. You're awesome. Thank you.
I think we should jump right into it, Dawn. Really, fireworks developing down in Washington over the RFK hearing. Ron Wyden, Oregon, really digging into the questioning now. Oh, man, I had it all queued up. Give me 1 second, Dawn. You know what?
Okay. Senators right now, they're in the Senate pressing RFK Jr. as he wants to make America healthy again. His face is turning beet red. I can see that. A lot of fireworks as senators question him. And just a reminder, it goes a Democrat senator asks him something and then a Republican. It's almost like cramping, if you will. So you get a minute to take a breath and get a drink of water when the Republican is asking a question. And then, boom, the Democrats go after him. But this after his own relative, the famous Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg. Man, she was brutal to him. He's in the hot seat. Listen in.
Wyden. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin my questions, I'd like to start by entering into the record a letter the committee received from Ambassador Caroline Kennedy outlining what she believes is Mr. Kennedy's lack of personal fitness for the office.
Without objection.
Mr. Kennedy, you have spent years pushing conflicting stories about vaccines. You say one thing and then you say another. In your testimony today under oath, you denied that you were anti-vaccine. But during a podcast interview in July of 2023, you said, quote, "No vaccine is safe and effective." In your testimony today, in order to prove you're not anti-vax, you note that all your kids are vaccinated. But in a podcast in 2020, you said, and I quote, "You would do anything, pay anything to go back in time and not vaccinate your kids." Mr. Kennedy, all of these things cannot be true. So, are you lying to Congress today when you say you are pro-vaccine? Or did you lie on all those podcasts? We have all of this on tape, by the way.
Yeah, Senator, as you know, because it's been repeatedly debunked, that statement that I made on the Lex Friedman podcast was a fragment of the statement. He asked me, and anybody who actually goes and looks at that podcast and will see this. He asked me, are there vaccines that are safe and effective? And I said to him, some of the live virus vaccines are. And I said, there are no vaccines that are safe and effective. And I was going to continue for every person. Every medicine has people who are sensitive to them, including vaccines.
Right. So
he interrupted me at that point. I've corrected it many times, including on national TV. You know about this, Senator Wyden. So bringing this up right now is dishonest.
Let's be clear about what you've actually done then, since you want to deny your statements. For example, you have a history of trying to take vaccines away from people. In May of 2021, you petitioned the Food and Drug Administration to not only block Americans from having access to the COVID vaccine, but to prevent any future access to the life-saving vaccine. Are you denying that? Your name is on the petition.
We brought that petition after CDC recommended the COVID vaccine without any scientific basis or 6-year-old children. Most experts agree today, even the people who did it back then, that COVID vaccines are inappropriate for 6-year-old children who basically have a zero risk from COVID. That's why I brought that lawsuit. I don't want to. I want to emphasize
Mr. Kennedy, the facts.
The committee will be in order. And to the audience.
Senator, I'm not against
If you'll hold off for a second, Mr. Kennedy. To the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate and out of order. And if there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Please follow the rules of the committee.
Can I just make a note that the chairman's name is Mr. Crapo?
Or is it Crapo?
Mr. Kennedy, you may proceed.
I also want to point out that your recitation of what happened in Samoa is absolutely wrong, and you know it's wrong, and you know it's wrong.
We'll get to that in a moment. Right now, we're talking about the petition that you filed to block Americans from having access to the vaccine and to prevent any future access to the vaccine. Those facts are on the record. My third question to you is, you made almost $5 million from book deals, mostly promoting junk science. In 2021, in a book called The Measles Book, you wrote that parents had been, quote, misled into believing that measles is a deadly disease and that measles vaccines are necessary, safe, and effective. The reality is measles are, in fact, deadly and highly contagious, something that you should have learned after your lies contributed to the deaths of 83 people, most of them children, in a measles outbreak in Samoa. So my question here is, Mr. Kennedy, is measles deadly, yes or no?
The death rate from measles historically in this country in 1963, the year before the introduction of the vaccine, was 1 in 10,000. Let me explain what happened in Samoa. In Samoa in 2017 or 2015, there were 2 kids who died following the MMR vaccine. And the vaccination rates in Samoa dropped precipitously from about 63% to the mid-30s, so they've never been very high. And in 2018, 2 more kids died following the MMR vaccine, and the government of Samoa banned the MMR vaccine.
So you are listening to RFK Jr.
Vaccination rates were already below any previous level. I went there, nothing to do with vaccines. I went there to introduce a medical informatics system that would digitalize records in Samoa and make health delivery much more efficient. I never gave any public statement about vaccines. You cannot find a single Samoan who will say, I didn't get a vaccine because of Bobby Kennedy. I went in June of 2019. The measles outbreak started in August. Oh, clearly I had nothing to do with the measles. Not only that,
Mr. Kennedy,
Senator, not only that.
So they want to interrupt him. All right, I'll interrupt the interrupter here because we have to take a break. But I will say that any protesters and the one heckler was removed by Capitol Police. That's what we're hearing. Around the corner, you'll hear more as well. His own niece, the daughter, the only surviving child of the late John F. Kennedy, really ripping into him. Whoa, that is unbelievable. So we'll get to all of it. But as RFK Jr., Bobby Kennedy, he is trying to defend himself as he's in the hot seat there in the Senate, much more during this live coverage and much more locally, statewide, and nationally. You know, we're going to get a break with the weather today. 50 degrees. We do have some wind warnings with high wind warnings, but at least it's going to be 50 degrees today. Man, after just Arctic blast after Arctic blast this winter, I'm so glad that I had my guys who I trust, Marvin E. Cans. They came out to the house, made sure that everything was A-OK. They've got to come back hopefully late this week and replace some wires. They found some things that were causing inefficiencies. But you got to make sure your home is ready for winter for sure. And as everything's going good, that you want to make sure your home is warm, efficient, and safe. That's paramount. Marvin E. Cans, 3rd generation, locally owned and veteran-founded company. If you live in an older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home that lacks ductwork and could provide up to a $2,000 tax savings for you. Just contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Marvin E. Cans, that's Kanze, marvinecans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, I'm from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th. Seating is limited and registration is required. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision, buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So we do have Bobby Kennedy, RFK Jr., on the hot seat in the Senate. He's Trump's pick, for really HHS Secretary, Health and Human Services. And they are blasting him. We played some of the fireworks for you. Let's just listen in, if we can, to this is Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg, the only living child of the late President John F. Kennedy. Obviously, Caroline's brother was tragically, he died in that plane crash back in the 90s. But let's listen in as Caroline, wow, she is blasting her Uncle Bobby.
Throughout the past year, people have asked for my thoughts about my cousin Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his presidential campaign. I did not comment, not only because I was serving in a government position as United States Ambassador to Australia, but because I have never wanted to speak publicly about my family members and their challenges. We are a close generation of 28 cousins who have been through a lot together. We know how hard it's been, and we are always there for each other. But now that Bobby has been nominated by President Trump to be Secretary of Health and Human Services, a position that would put him in charge of the health of the American people, I feel an obligation to speak out. Overseeing the FDA, the NIH, the CDC, and Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, agencies that are charged with protecting the most vulnerable among us, is an enormous responsibility and one that Bobby is unqualified to fill. He lacks any relevant government, financial, management, or medical experience. His views on vaccines are dangerous and willfully misinformed. These facts alone should be disqualifying. But he has personal qualities related to this job, which for me pose even greater concern. I've known Bobby my whole life. We grew up together. It's no surprise that he keeps birds of prey as pets, because Bobby himself is a predator.
Wow. So if you have a dog, are you a dog? You know what I mean? Like if you have a cat, what does that make you? So she goes on to just rip into him, and I guess he has whatever birds of prey, kind of like the guy and gal who walk up and down in Ocean City, and they have birds of prey to keep the seagulls away. And so there are people who do that recreationally, but, then you feed them mice. Well, she says that he's abusive to animals because he feeds them mice. She just rips into him royally. Ouch. So she's Caroline Kennedy Schlossberg. Apparently, I don't know, she's gone back with the Kennedy name, but for years she was Caroline Schlossberg, but she's not using, maybe they're separated or on the rocks with the marriage. I don't know what's going on there, but really ripping into him. The Democrats just hate Trump. They hate Republicans, and even to the extent that she will come out like this and say somebody who's, by the way, they loved him on the left when RFK Jr., when he was in court battling over environment, because that's his expertise. You know that, right? He's an environmental advocate. And so he's an environmental attorney. That's his main gig. That's his main job, and how he has made his money. He's actually an expert in these areas. And that's why I think he's so popular and credible when he talks about things in the environment or things in our food as far as additives that he feels are not the healthiest. So we'll see where this is going. I don't have a count as far as I think he'll get passed through. I know earlier Nick Cale said he thinks this is the toughest. I think the toughest is yet to come as far as Trump picks. And by that, what I mean is those picks, Tulsi Gabbard, I think she faces an uphill battle because they do not want somebody who is a woman, who is a military veteran, who is hugely popular on both sides of the aisle. It's all about politics. It's not, come on, it's not ever about the qualifications. Our next guest, Jay Johnson, he's somebody who you've seen in the movies. And
I'm so excited for this, Dawn.
Yeah, we are psyched.
So Jay Johnson, I'm so excited for this because Jay Johnson, originally on Mr. Show with Bob and David, that being, David Cross and Bob Odenkirk, as you know, from Saul, from Better Call Saul. Really worked his way up in Hollywood, had a show called Moral Oral on Cartoon Network for a while. And then a lot of our listeners might recognize his voice because he plays the voice of Jimmy Pesto Sr. or played the voice of Jimmy Pesto Sr. in the hit Bob's Burgers. That is until he was pictured seen outside the Capitol on January 6th, where he had to spend some time behind bars because of politics and completely blacklisted from Hollywood. So we're going to hear from Jay Johnson, the voice of Jimmy Pesto Sr., the OG Jimmy Pesto Sr., coming up after the break, Dawn.
Can't wait. Up next.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit GetEthos.com. That's GetEthos.com.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Something amazing is happening. Despite a citywide blackout, this company is still up and running. That's because CDW deployed and managed a cost-effective Eaton Trip Light Series Smart Pro UPS to safeguard equipment easily and reliably. Keep the power on and protect your IT equipment from electrical challenges. Trip Light by Eaton and CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com/triplight.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 your sons are a true family business, using only quality, CertainTeed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability Plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Calling all patriots. If you love patriots and you love freedom, you want to hear my next guest. Really known as a great comedian from Anchorman, Mr. Show, celebrated, really loved in Hollywood. I love all of your work. But Jay Johnston, everything changed for Jay Johnston when the headlines changed and he was identified as an FBI target in the J6 situation. I've covered your case, Jay. Thank you for being here. We want to talk about your next project, how people can support you. First of all, welcome home. I'm so glad that you're free, one of those freed hostages that Trump has talked about. How are you?
Thank you, Dawn. Good morning. I'm good. I'm good.
Morning.
Yeah, it's been a crazy couple of weeks here after Trump put the pardons in. Everything changed, and it's wonderful. I mean, this has been a real tough time for my family and for so many J6ers. It's something we've heard about in the news so much, and it's amazing what Trump has done. So
yeah,
we're so thankful. Thank God. Thanks, Trump.
And you were, I know that, take me through it because I actually had the first interview exclusively with somebody local, and that was Zachary Real, who's also, was served as a Marine honorably. He's reunited now with his wife and his daughters, and we're thankful for that. But for you, So for you, as far as your life goes, were you somebody who? Because I know you went to trial and the sentencing happened late last October, as I followed your case. But for you, were you incarcerated? Because some people were incarcerated almost the whole time. I mean, already
That's
served
right.
a lot of time.
Yes, it's been horrible. I was very fortunate in that we were preparing for trial for months, and of course we were trying to push it back a bit for it to occur after the election. We weren't able to do that, and I ended up taking a plea bargain because it's just the courts were so against every J6er in D.C., so biased, and when you would get your sentence, it would be 3 times the amount of time when you were guilty, and I personally didn't do any violence. I was just there observing and being part of a protest. I got caught up near some violence. There was pushing, and a crowd trapped me in the tunnel area where it was really quite violent, but I didn't, I was handed a shield in the melee and the confusion. I grabbed it and passed it on, and I didn't want to be holding that because I wasn't there to fight. I wasn't there to fight the police, or it just had no business in that protest. But it was characterized as a riot throughout, and it was actually a fairly boring event for the most part.
Well, that's just
standing around and not much going on. But.
I mean, that's just it So that's my question for you, because I know one of the aspects of this, Jay Johnston, is that what I saw, what I witnessed, and I've read through all the court records. I mean, just hundreds and hundreds of pages.
Oh my gosh!
And then also, Jay, it's really difficult for even a reporter who wants to report on what happened in a fair way. They make it impossible. They make it tough for a real journalist to get in there and say what happened. And then on top of it, just the effort to break these men and women. There's a mom in Pennsylvania that under house arrest, they still wanted to put her away and broke a window. And, my point to you is this: did they try to break you? I mean, you've had some pretty big gigs. I mean, you're a big actor, Hollywood movies, Anchorman, hit shows.
And does he feel targeted because of his name?
Yes.
For the headline's sake.
Oh yeah, I mean it was amazing as a part of the 4 years. This has been going on 4 years, and it had actually a couple of years ago. I'll be honest, all the coverage from the media was so biased and so slanted that it began to convince me that I was at an event that was totally a riot and that I did have ill will and that I was violent almost. It was just such an onslaught of attention towards the negative and definitely, insisting that we had all been there to, in a conspiracy to insurrect the government. I started to believe that, that thing was horrible, and we are, against the U.S. And I don't know. I mean, it was just nonsense because that's the only side that you would hear the entire time. And I'm sure that as a consumer of news and the media, there's no other way of looking at it because that's all you see. You have to go far outside the mainstream media to get any other type of story, Yeah, it's terrible the way they've weaponized the government against all the J6ers. It's horrible.
And Jay Johnston, when I say that you're a veteran actor or veteran comedian, I guess that has a double meaning because you are a veteran in Hollywood, but also I'm referring to the fact that you've served our country honorably as an Army Reserve military veteran. I just want to clarify that if somebody doesn't know that. And so,
yes, I will say that I'm only a veteran of Hollywood, which is has its own battles won and lost. But yes, I was never in the military, but I certainly support all of our veterans and soldiers in the military presently. I am a patriot, though I have to tell you this experience has made that climb to 1,000% because the way that these people have been, the way we've all been maligned and vilified is, I never thought this could happen in the United States, and people have lost their businesses, they've lost their marriages, they've lost their homes,
custody of their kids.
They were been in jail.
Yeah, and I apologize. You know what? I was looking. Dan handed me. I was referring to Tim Hale was an Army Reserve veteran. So and that's just it. There are so many military veterans. Yes, you're the veteran of Hollywood. Did it teach you? I don't know. I think that at some point all of us have had that awakening moment where maybe a lot of people did not realize the media narrative or the media bias. And maybe that's you. I mean, you were, you're somebody, you're a comedian, right? You're also in top hit blockbuster movies like Anchorman. And then on top of it, maybe you didn't realize until this, the media narrative and how very biased the media really is. Was that a revelation to you, or did you already see that, Jay?
Oh, well, I've never been a part of something that turned into something where the media would grab hold of it and completely spin the narrative away from reality. This was quite an eye-opener for me. I found that I felt that I was being used as an example, setting an example to people to not go out and protest because look at how this guy's getting punished by his actions, and he's such a monster. When I was in my sentencing hearing in D.C., the prosecution put forward a sentencing memorandum to influence the judge to give as much time as possible and to punish me, very hard for this horrible crime, which they lied throughout and said I had, committed violence, and I did not at all. But I have to say, on the first page of the document, they'll use anything they can get against you. The first page of the document had a picture of me from 2 years ago that was at a Halloween party. Somebody snuck a picture of me dressed up as Jacob Chansley, which is the QAnon shaman, the guy with the furry hat and the horns.
Yes.
That was my
Chewbacca
costume.
bikini. Oh gosh.
And
What a joke.
It was a good costume, I'll tell you. People loved it. It was funny.
I'm sure
So,
you were rocking it.
you know-
Our executive, before we get to the Patriot Freedom Project, we want to slip that in, but our executive producer, Dan Borowski.
I'm nerding it out over here because I I spoke to you for a second there,
Awesome.
Jay, on the phone. But going back to Mr. Show, Bob Odenkirk, David Cross, you've been through it. Cartoon Network, you've done a couple series with, and we know the Bob's Burgers relation, Jimmy Pesto Sr. So just the relationships, I'm assuming that you built all the way back in the mid-'90s with these guys, and then you develop them, you blossom into such a career where you're on the opposing fight team for Anchorman, and it's an amazing career that you got, and I'm sure you've made connections with these guys that go deep, 30 years now. What is the reaction that you're getting from people in Hollywood now? Are you still keeping in touch with your friends, or have they really just kind of shunned you because of this?
Well, as far as Hollywood goes, and the people I know personally, friends of mine for years, they have all been really about everything.
Yeah.
So they have completely turned their backs on me, and completely, I tried to reach out to my agent after they put me on Twitter. FBI put me on Twitter saying, do you have information of the name of this person? They had some pictures of me from the event, and we're looking for him in relation to violence at the Capitol, and all these people responded, oh, that's Jay Johnson from this show, that's or whatever, and that was unfortunate, but what basically happened is I was fired immediately from Bob's Burgers and fired from another job I had on Adult Swim. And I called my agent. I said, do you know about this, being fired on Bob's Burgers? Do you hear about that? And they said, well, we don't know anything about that, but we're firing you. And so my agent fired me. And and that was 4 years ago. And I haven't, worked since. I haven't auditioned. I haven't done anything. And most everybody I knew just completely turned their backs on me.
And I'm so sorry to hear it, because
eye-opener.
when you go through something like that, I can say from personal experience, you learn what you're made of, you learn who your friends are. I'll talk about the Freedom Project in a moment, but I have to ask you, because others have said they are going to sue for damages. I mean, your livelihood has been robbed from you, your freedoms were taken from you. Is there any plan or any thought of suing?
Well, I didn't expect for the industry as a whole to actually announce that they were blacklisting me, but it was announced. I thought that was sort of an under-the-table thing, like, well, we're not going to call this guy. But they said several times, oh, we're blacklisting you, and you're not going to work in this town again, type of thing. So that was quite damaging, of course, and I'm looking into some possibilities in that realm.
Okay. Good.
But I'm not even sure how that really can pan out. I mean, how do you...
I want to underline the political nature. This really underlines the political nature of Hollywood, because we're talking to a guy here, Jay Johnson, who... And I don't want to... You're not going to blow smoke up your own bum, but I will, because being a writer, one of the big writers on Mr. Show, then Sarah Silverman, then what we saw with Adult Swim, then being on Anchorman, one of the biggest cult comedies, Arrested Development, Bob's Burgers. I hate to say, but you're one of the... unsung names that's really written what comedy has become in 2025. So one of the foundational aspects of comedy being Jay Johnson, being shunned from Hollywood because of his appearance outside the Capitol on this day is just, it's proof. It's proof of the bias of Hollywood there.
Yeah, and I would expect at least the people that I worked with on those shows, the ones who made a career out of going against the man and, having very alt comedy, points of view that are against maybe the mainstream, and just being rebellious in their presentation of their comedy and humor. I would expect those people to sort of have my back, as it were, or at least even in private, to say, "Oh, hey, you're pretty maligned here," and I really think this is horrible. But it's unbelievable. It's like everybody else drank the Kool-Aid, and they're completely, I was worried for my family that you were going to take over the government. I'm like, what are you talking about? Did you see the crowd there? I mean, my God, they're Trump supporters in red, white, and blue cowboy hats, and people were a lot older than me, really. I mean, 10 to 15 years my senior at the event, and it was a lot of people looking for places to sit down and just have some orange juice or something and not fight the police. I mean, it was absolutely.
I don't want to lessen the role of a lot of what happened on January 6th with people who did get in there and got violent, but I don't see what you did, Jay, on January 6th, the excitement of the speech going down to the Capitol is much different than what we just saw at the Eagles game afterwards, everyone marching down Broad Street with the excitement going outside City Hall.
With some deadly results and that's true.
Unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, I was there, and it's still, if I watch a news report on it or some, slanted media, expose of it or whatever, it's all news to me because it was not that violent as they say it was. And they only showed back-to-back highlights of different areas of this enormous event where there were scuffles with the police. And they will highlight anything that is violence and, sure, people did break windows and, throw a few things and whatever. But, there was, as it's coming out now, when the truth comes out, it's going to be pretty amazing. I mean, they've already come out with the fact that there was over 200 FBI assets, CHSs, confidential human sources, and assets, etc., at the event, and agent provocateurs. And I experienced that myself. A few of the people were obviously ready to go into fight, like battle. And I was like, geez, no one told me to bring a hard-shelled, military helmet and breathing apparatus and bear mace and all that stuff. Yeah. I mean, it was very weird.
Well, that's my point, just coming from a military and law enforcement family. Right from day one, I said, not for nothing, but if somebody is going to do an insurrection, they're going to bring, right, they're people who own, they're Second Amendment people. I mean, these are people who would have brought a firearm. So either you believe they were not there to do any such thing, or you believe they're I don't know, the most specially abled, incompetent, insurrectionists that America has ever seen. There's a clear choice there.
Yes, really. It's amazing with all those people that everybody forgot to bring a gun.
Just forgot.
You do not insurrect the United States government, the most powerful military on the planet. Right. You don't insurrect them with a random 2x4 or a sign saying "Go Trump," and it's just nonsense. And they did take advantage of the fact that it was like the most videoed event in human history, like 150,000 hours, they were saying, of video. They took advantage of the fact that they had me on camera in every step I took the entire time I was there, but they took still images of the video and characterized my actions as being violent and, conspiracy driven and this type of thing. So
that was never the charge. That's another thing they did. Yeah, right. If they had it, they would have charged you with that.
Exactly. Yeah. And, the news would characterize you as being an insurrectionist, and no one was ever charged with that at all because they weren't doing that. But two people lost their lives at the event on the protester side, and no police were killed. And how long did we believe that was the case? That 6 cops were killed, or 5 cops, or all that for years. Right. The lies were just all over the place.
Yeah, and the truth always comes out, and it will come out, Jay Johnston. Hey, I do want to mention PatriotFreedomProject.com. PatriotFreedomProject.com. Fantastic organization. Cynthia Hughes there has helped us tremendously, and so many great J6ers with the generous contributions from people who are patriots and who understand more, see through this nonsense. So thank you so much, Jay Johnston. Do you have any upcoming gigs or speeches or anything that you want to promote? We want to give you that opportunity,
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes.
I sure wish I wish I had a little more going on. Yeah, it's tough breaking through this this haze, really. But soon, I hope to be doing some projects, and I would say just keep your ears and eyes open. That's all I can say.
Jay Johnston, thank you so much for being here. We want to keep up with you, and who knows? Maybe coming up this summer, we can have some, this is an opportunity, I think, for even talk radio stations to host you for events and bring us together. But PatriotFreedomProject.com is where you want to go. Learn more. You can donate. Jay Johnston, thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Thanks,
Thank
Jay.
you so much.
God
and
bless.
I appreciate your opportunity to speak with you. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jay.
Thank you, Jay.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Yeah, and it's tough.
Terrible. Yeah.
Your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Man, we got a lot of breaking news as well. We'll get to all of it right around the corner. Stay right there. You hear me talk a lot about whatacrock.com and how they kind of rescue me at dinner time. It's stressful sometimes. You think about you're busy with your job and everything going on, and you got a meal plan and do all the meal prep and try to cook things ahead of time. That, for me, is why I found What a Crock years ago in a little farmer's market, local mom and pop organization, private company, started as a mom and pop. And because that's how good they are, right? They're delicious, they're healthy and good when they go national, and there's such a huge demand for whatacrock.com. Delicious, and really take the stress off of cooking, thinking about what's for dinner. Zero prep. And here's the other thing that I don't say often enough, and that is whether you have a crock pot or not, you don't need one with What a Crock. You can boil the meals in the bag. They provide it. Take it out of the freezer, plop it right there in the bag. Cook them in your Instant Pot or right there on your stovetop. No prep, no mess, zero stress. What a Crock's meals. Everything comes prepackaged, ready to go. No subs, and you don't need a subscription of any type. You don't need a commitment. That's not required to order, although you can have a subscription if you want one. What a Crock's meal. Oh, they're such a great gift. I had sent one of my girlfriends. I sent my dad, my sister. What a Crock, delicious meals. Maybe somebody recovering from surgery. Maybe they've been ill. Maybe new parents, they just had the baby, don't have time for the meal planning. College kids, or maybe as a sorry for your loss. Check out their new winter seasonal menu, classic homemade chili. I love every one of What a Crock. I've tried every one. They have a thick bean chili. They have a chicken chili. They have a hearty, a beef chili. Does that sound good?
Yeah, please.
Creamy Swedish meatballs, hearty beef burgundy, and that cheesy broccoli cheddar ale soup is delish. Just use promo code WPHT. Get $10 off your order, whatacrock.com. Whatacrock.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up.
Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
As we continue talking about what's going on Capitol Hill, yes, the Senate confirmation hearings continue with RFK Jr. We're monitoring that very carefully. I should mention to you, because I don't know why, for some reason, especially our national media, but even local media, you would think that we would put on every screen, everywhere, these hostages, Jewish hostages held by terrorists. Today is day 481. 481 days. These kidnapped victims held hostage, obviously against their will. We're hearing more from the survivors who have been returned as they trickle in, and some of them Americans. To me, it's outrageous. It's not a great deal. I don't really get it. And it's not really in the headlines for whatever reason. Dominating the headlines, the Trump administration is like a train. I mean, every day it's whiplash as we learn more about what Trump is doing. This guy just working. I think today is what, Wednesday? A week and a half of this administration. I feel like Trump has gotten more done and is doing more than Biden did in, 8 months of work. Today, he is signing into law the Laken-Riley Act. And in part, and I want you to just think about this as Democrats pout over the passing of this, because, yes, some Democrats obviously came over to the other side and said, yeah, this is a good thing. Because after all, it is named after Laken Riley, a college student. She's a nursing student in Georgia, goes for a run and is stalked by a predator, somebody who is a criminal, a gang member, a violent criminal with a criminal past, came to this country illegally. And he didn't just slip through the cracks. He was let go by progressive municipalities, Democrats, who could have kept him behind bars, who could have called ICE, who could have deported him. But no, because you know what? The Laken Rileys of the world, they're just collateral damage in a Democrat strategy to just open the gates and let everybody in. And yeah, we might have a few people, raped, murdered, tortured, like Laken Riley was. As she struggled for her last breaths, we covered that trial for you. As she struggled and called 911, and because she was being choked to death, couldn't say the words. Oh my goodness. The audacity of anyone, let alone an elected official, to complain about the Laken-Riley Act being signed into law by President Donald J. Trump. That's what they're complaining about. Local advocates right here in Philadelphia say, that Laken-Riley law, because now if we're here illegally and, we get a criminal conviction, now they can really throw us out. It'll make it so much easier for them to just throw us out of the country. They're violating our rights. They're separating us from our families, who are also here illegally. I mean, think about that train of thought. And that's what is being broadcast. That's what they want to say, and expecting that everybody's going to go, oh, yeah, that's a sin. That's terrible, as if. And you know who's silent on it? I'll give her credit where credit's due. The mayor Parker's not coming out, and many Democrats are not coming out and supporting that line of thinking, because you know what? They know that's why Trump won. This was a huge issue. This is what brought people to the polls, this upside down land where we overvalue the rights of even convicted violent criminals and the creepiest sicko perverts that have snuck in from other countries who, by the way, the other countries, they didn't want them. They opened the prison gates and said, we don't want to pay for you. Go on over to America. Joe Biden is letting y'all in. Go to America. And now Trump is saying not so fast. The issue with a lot of this, as you well know, is the cost. And I know I did mention this once earlier this morning in Kale and Company, the cost. And that's why Senator Lindsey Graham was speaking out about it over the weekend. Other Republicans saying this is costly. So it's about $14,000, and that's a modest estimate, about $14,000 per. So when ICE comes and collects somebody who's, a convicted criminal, who's here, ICE goes and they get them, and they're trying to be careful. That's why. When they say we want to start with the worst and do the worst first, that's why. Because they know they're going to run out of money and resources. So they get those who are the convicted rapists, the child predators, the human traffickers. Just this week, nobody's really reporting on it. It was like a huge multi-million-dollar drug bust, and that happened along the Texas border. And all of these illegals that were caught and intercepted, thank God, and they got all the drugs, like $8 million worth of really nasty drugs. So they're doing their best, and it's really a crime crackdown. That's not how it's being reported or portrayed, and that's a sin. Shame on the local media, shame on the national media for not reporting this properly. These are criminals among us. They're criminals here, and I can tell you, they don't want to get a nice, innocent father who's working somewhere and minding his own business. The main impetus for that is that they're going to run out of money with $14,000 per. Do the math. So at least 11 million people here illegally. Just do the math yourself, times $14,000 per to fully process and deport them. You see what I'm saying? That tells you all you need. A lot of this is really common sense. So they're going to have to go to Congress and get the money. That's what this is about. They're going to run out of money. So support them, support this. Go on social media, look up the facts. You can look it up and look up these individuals, and they're putting them on the website. We'll get into Caroline Leavitt. We'll get into everything breaking locally, nationally. What is your governor, Josh Shapiro? What does he say about the Trump moves? We'll get to all of it. 855-839-1210 is the number to call. And that's why I thank our sponsors who are the wind beneath our wings, whether in tough times like COVID, stuck with us. I'm so grateful for Piazza, and I've been really proud for many years now to be their brand ambassador, as we're called. But my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're featuring the very latest luxury vehicles. And these are top brands on the roadways: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs, innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey in Piazza's dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit them, piazzapremiumautos.com, Piazza, piazzapremiumautos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
A wind advisory is in effect today for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour possible. We'll have sunshine and clouds. It'll be milder with a high near 50. Chilly tonight, becoming mostly clear with a low near 30. And for Thursday, plenty of sunshine, colder but not as windy with a high near 40.
Some things in life are meant for each other, like salt and pepper, bacon and mushrooms, or you and the all-new Wendy's Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute, does bacon go with mushrooms? And the answer is, they do now. So if you want crispy, crunchy, cheesy, juicy, shroomy, and garlic spready, then you and the Mushroom Bacon Cheeseburger are meant to be. For mushroomy, bacony goodness, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run. You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I should update you as well on some local news when we think about what's happening here in Philadelphia and beyond. I know that Governor Josh Shapiro, as well as Governor Phil Murphy, they were speaking out and maybe freaking out a little bit, calling the Trump executive actions chaotic with regard to the federal funding. So we have that going on, even though a federal judge has actually frozen the situation, frozen the executive orders, giving them until next Monday to figure this out. I will say this quickly, that the situation here is that what you're seeing Trump do, whether it's this offer that's going out to 2+ million federal workers to offer them a buyout program, which is a pretty nice deal and will, in essence, trim the fat just by the nature of people taking the deal. All they have to do is every federal worker is going to get, and by the way, like 6% of federal workers are, in fact, they're all working, many of them working remotely. But what they're doing is they're saying, this is on you. If you wish to take the deal, it's 8 months worth of pay. You get your benefits. It sounds fantastic. But at the same time, it will save the American taxpayers more than $100 billion if at least 6% or 6 to 10% of Americans, of these federal workers, take that buyout. It's Trump's way as well of getting rid of this DEI, critical race theory muck that is distracting and that has tentacles that are reaching into all of these different departments, reaching into our schools, infecting our military. It's like stopping the spread of a cancer. That's how I view it, as well as shrinking our government. So Josh Shapiro has spoken out about it. I know Murphy has spoken out about it, and just wanted to give you the local, heads up on what's happening as they wait to see what happens. But everything's frozen. Nothing is happening right now because of the freeze. It'll make its way through the courts. So you have about 200,000 federal workers in the federal government, with some exceptions. Postal workers, not you. National security, not you. Those dealing with immigration, not you. Other U.S. personnel. So we've got that going on. Real quick here, before I get to the other news of the day breaking, I do want to update you on a situation that happened in Bucks County. in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and there was a story that I had covered for you, and that was the issue of a teacher, a music teacher, in a Bucks County high school who had been accused of possessing really sick imagery. And I don't call it child porn because the word porn has no right to be in this language and this reporting. This is sicko child sex material, videos, images being looked at by a teacher in a local school. What's shocking about this, you may say to yourself, especially in the wake of me just interviewing somebody who committed no violence, held, convicted in jail, sentenced to many years of his life because he was a J6er, and I talk about this all the time. But do you know that this pervert in Bucks County, in a school teacher, you know what he got? You know what his sentence was? Probation. I can't make this up to you. Probation for somebody who was caught looking at possessing thousands of images of children being violated, being abused sexually, thousands of images of video and pictures. And a local judge says about this guy, oh no, we're going to sentence him to probation. This is what's wrong with our society. This is part of the upside down land that I never in my life will ever understand, that they wouldn't put this guy away, that they wouldn't put him in a jail where he belongs. But that's one of the local stories I've been covering for you since, 6 o'clock this morning. It makes me nauseous to think about this local judge saying to this guy, well, you're going to have to, for 15 years of your life, you're going to have to, make sure that you're on the offenders list, a national registry. Only 15 years, not the rest of your life. That's what's going on. 47-year-old teacher. Now, his residence is Hamilton, New Jersey. 47-year-old Christopher Bygott, former Pennsbury High School teacher there, and sentenced to 3 years probation for possessing thousands of images and videos of children being sexually abused and molested. How nauseous does that make you? So yeah, he has to register as a sex offender for Megan's Law. We have to pay for his sex offender treatments, by the way, but does not spend a day in jail. Does that make sense to you? Because I'm thinking not so much. So I just want to remind you of that, because that to me is a big story, and I really haven't seen anybody else reporting on this sicko, story. Now, the superintendent of schools, final thought, the superintendent of schools put out word to parents. There is zero evidence that this guy ever touched a child, thank God, but was looking at this sicko stuff in school. So we got that going for us. That's a local story for you. But nobody's reporting on that, by the way. Nobody's talking. Do you see that in the headline? Has anybody seen it in the headline? Nope, not so much. So, Dan, I know you have a clip of, RFK Jr., and we'll get to that. And we're watching all the highlights for you, so because there's a lot of bloviating in between. So we'll bring you the highlights, the low lights as the Senate confirmations continue today. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Americans by and large, do not like the Affordable Care Act. People are on it. They don't like Medicaid. They like Medicare. And they like private insurance. We need to listen to what they would prefer to be on private insurance. Most Americans, if they can afford to be, will be on private insurance. We need to figure out ways to improve care, particularly for elderly, for veterans, for the poor in this country. And Medicaid, the current model, is not doing it. I would ask, any of the Democrats who are chuckling just now, do you think all that money, the $900 billion that we're sending to Medicaid every year, has made Americans healthy? Do we think it's working for anybody? Are the premiums low enough?
So RFK Jr. in the hot seat as he takes questions. They were trying to focus more on vaccines because, of course, Maha. And when he starts talking about environmental issues and he starts talking about ingredients in your foods, that is very popular with Americans. Hey, Dawn Stensland here, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. I've been reporting to you this morning that, for example, Caroline Leavitt had revealed to us in that news conference that only 6% of federal staffers in D.C. show up in person in the office. That's unbelievable. And then as well, we have President Donald J. Trump. He's really launching a case, a crackdown, if you will, against anti-Semitic behavior, anti-Semitism in America. He has ordered the deportation of those anti-Jewish, pro-Hamas students who were bullying Jewish kids, who were terrorizing campuses. And so the order comes as, at the same time, President Trump is inviting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Bibi, come to the White House. Benjamin Netanyahu to the White House. And remember how, especially the former Veep, Kamala Harris, I'll never forget that, how she blew off Bibi. She just did, I got to see some sorority girlfriends in Michigan, gotta go. And so this president keeping his commitment and saying, no, if you were on those college campuses, you're not an American citizen, you're here on some kind of a student visa, and you were bullying and creating this havoc.
In Islam, we have brothers and sisters in the lands of Ribat, in the lands of Jihad, who are holding the Ummah's honor on their shoulders. They are standing and they're fighting with their blood. They are standing and they're fighting with their children for you and I, so we can walk up one day and say the izzah of Islam, the guarantee of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we will dominate occurred on their hands.
This guy talking about blood on his hand and his land, go back and leave us alone on our land, because here on American land in our great republic, American citizens, no matter who you are, you get to, guess what? You get to go to class without some kid who's here on a visa bullying you and threatening your life, and you're holed up in a building like a library with people threatening your life, and you're calling. I have friends who, this is ridiculous, stop. And that's just it. Trump is saying, time out, bye-bye. Just bye-bye. We're not having it. We're not having the conversation. This is not happening. How many times have I told you? How many people, how many Jewish Americans have never voted for a Republican, particularly top of the ticket, and they were like, yeah, I'm voting for Trump because this is over the top. This is cray-cray that we had kids in this country, and by the way, in the high school level too, Bucks County, look at that lawsuit I've talked about. Trump is like, boom, this is the lay of the land. This is America, and Jewish Americans, you are loved and cherished, and you are safe here.
Trump's not the only one either. Your guy up in Canada, the guy that you like so much, Pierre Poilievre, is that how you say his last name?
I love the way this man eats an apple. Yes. There's no sexier man than the way Pierre just bites into the apple and the issues.
We see on our own streets anti-Semitism, guided by obscene, woke ideologies that have led to an explosion in hate crimes. Hate crimes were up over 100% in Canada before October 7th. Now they're up 251%, with Jews being the principal victims of those crimes. We must not just condemn these things, we must take action against them. We must deport from our country any temporary resident that is here on a permit or a visa that is carrying out violence or hate crimes on our soil.
Amen. Amen, Pierre. I'm with Pierre. And so is Trump. President Donald Trump. And this is the latest. I mean, he's ordering the deportation of these foreign students who took part in those horrifying pro-Hamas protests on college campuses. He's launching this wide-ranging, really a crackdown on this anti-Semitic behavior that, and I hope here in Canada, I hope people vote. I hope that he gets in, right? And this is what's happening around the world, that people, regular people, patriots like you, are saying enough with this, enough already. But this is a new executive order by Trump targeting these, these people who are here and they're on a student visa. So they are our guests in our home of America. Bye-bye. So these students with visas, they broke the laws during those horrifying demonstrations, which turned out to be really terroristic behavior and threats and bullying against Jewish kids, Jewish Americans.
This, hullabaloo about the deportations, Dawn, so frustrating.
I'm so sick of it. Who
else was in favor? Let's take a listen. Not much media pushback.
If you're a criminal, you'll be deported. If you plan to enter the U.S. illegally, your chances of getting caught and sent back just went up. The actions I'm taking are not only lawful, they're the kinds of actions taken by every single Republican president and every single Democratic president for the past half century.
Yeah, that was not Governor Josh Shapiro, who sometimes people say that.
Similar.
Well, sometimes people say that, I don't know, if maybe Josh was looking at Obama videos and trying to emulate all that energy. Some people do say that, but at the time, then President Barack Obama, remember his nickname became Deporter-in-Chief. Remember that? And even during the Trump administration, remember how rich it was? And they were showing video, and they said children in cages, and it was here in Pennsylvania. And then they went, oops, yeah, that was during the Obama administration. Remember that whole thing? So yeah, Barack Obama at the time, he I guess it was a teachable moment for him, because initially he said that he would welcome in people, and then he realized, oh dang, this is a real problem, and then he became the deporter-in-chief. So there you have it. As far as President Trump today, just the latest news as far as these latest deportations, as he's giving the boot to those anti-Jewish, kids and so on, he is saying that his Department of Justice will, quote, aggressively prosecute terroristic threats, arson, vandalism, and violence against our fellow Americans, American Jews. And so that's a new order from one Donald J. Trump. Good for Trump. I love this. I mean, I think this is what we voted for. This is what we wanted. And this is why he won the election. And I think still, there are elites in the media who at this point still think that they can get away with their dopey narratives. We didn't even play Jim Acosta here. We don't have to. We played it earlier. but these high and mighty people living in their bubble. And that's why I did love Caroline Leavitt yesterday. I watched the whole thing. I was just eating her up because she was fantastic, pushing back on the media. And I signed up. Dan, did you sign up to the new website?
No.
You didn't?
No.
So what they're doing is they're going to give understand, and I'm sure Zioli did. I hope Dom did. Everybody should sign up in talk radio. We qualify, right? We qualify now, and we can get a guest seat in the front row. And by the way, what are we going to ask? We're going to ask about the issues that affect real people because we're actually in the local grocery store. We're consumers. Those high-paid bubblehead idiots in the media, in their ivory towers, they don't relate. And that's why they are the way they are. So get rid of them. I love that it's a new day in the White House, and we're going to see real Americans and patriots asking questions that apply to every one of us. Awesome. Dom Giordano, I hope that you signed up on the website. She tweeted it out afterwards.
Yeah, I did, Dawn. Yes,
Good.
Thank you.
Of course.
Dawn, the narratives, there were several things Democrats, one of them smart, the smarter ones trying on RFK Jr. as a backdoor way to get rid of him we'll get into. And the drone thing won't go away. The poll that I have up, Jeff Andrew here at 12:30.
Uh-oh. Mr. Iranian mothership?
Yes, 60% of people in my polls say they're not satisfied with, well, it's the FAA and other things. Not satisfied. I'm not either.
Will he double down on the mothership?
We'll see,
theory?
12:30.
I can't wait for this. It's the Dom Show.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. A couple of themes, and Dan, you have that from Hassan. We'll play that in a second. A couple of themes coming out of the Kennedy thing, and we have some pretty volatile moments. He's done well, I think. In other words, I don't think anybody's changing based on this or looking for it publicly. But two narratives. One, the Democrats were trying to corner him into being pro-choice, which he is. Not because they want him to be pro-choice or whatever, but they figured it out that maybe we can bill him as so pro-choice. He'll have to be pro-choice in his job in various ways, thereby having some cover for some Republicans to vote against him as not being pro-life. Let's tip in right now, though, Dan, because it's Elizabeth Warren toe-to-toe with RFK Jr. here, talking about pharmaceutical companies.
Do you want to go live or where she starts?
Yeah,
where she starts her question.
Where she starts. Okay.
Where she starts her question?
Sure, yeah.
I want to start with something that I think you and I agree on, and that is that Big Pharma has too much power in Washington. You said that President Trump asked you to, quote, clean up corruption and conflicts. Sounds great. You've said that you will, quote, slam shut the revolving door between government agencies and the companies they regulate. That also sounds great. So here's an easy question. Will you commit that when you leave this job, you will not accept compensation from a drug company, a medical device company, a hospital system, or a health insurer for at least 4 years, including as a lobbyist or a board member?
Can you just repeat the last part of the question? Can I commit
You're
to
not going to take money from drug companies in any way, shape, or form.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. Yeah, I'm happy to commit to that.
Okay, good. That's what I figured. I said it's an easy question to start with. And I think you're right on this question.
I don't think any of them want to give me money, by the way.
All right, Dan, let's cut out of that because, again,
You're
what the hell is the point of this? It's a layup for him. It gives him a chance at humor. It gives him a chance at also making the point with Big Pharma in this. So I thought Elizabeth Warren was going somewhere. I don't see it. Hassan, though.
Well, they're old friends, aren't they?
They might be.
Like the anti-establishment kind of sect of.
Well, she's established.
You got to remember, RFK was a former Democrat. So.
Yeah. Well, I think he is still.
Yeah.
Whatever he says. Okay, so the other narrative, let's play the choice one. Here is from New Hampshire, Senator Hassan trying to say, well, you've always been pro-choice, and he is pro-choice. How are you not saying you're pro-choice now? Here we go.
Now, let's go to something we agree upon. I am really heartened to see that one area where we agree on is on women's reproductive freedom. In your own words, it's not the government's place to tell people what to do with their bodies. You said that, correct? Yeah. Mr. Kennedy, in 2023, you came to New Hampshire and said, quote, I'm pro-choice. I don't think the government has any business telling people what they can or cannot do with their body. So you said that, right?
Yes.
Yep. But you also said we need to trust the women to make that choice because I don't trust government to make any choices. You said that too, right?
Yes.
It is remarkable that you have such a long record of fighting for women's reproductive freedom, and really great that my Republican colleagues are so open to voting for a pro-choice HHS secretary. So, Mr. Kennedy, I'm confused. You have clearly stated in the past that bodily autonomy is one of your core values. The question is, do you stand for that value or not? When was it that you decided to sell out the values you've had your whole life in order to be given power by President Trump?
Okay, stop there. So the bottom line is, I thought she was on to something there a bit, give some cover. Now, she pivoted toward her own vitriol over this to get back at Trump. But that's one narrative they were trying to develop. This guy is, and he's pro-choice up and down the line. And I would say you can argue, well, he's not going to make any decisions. Come on. That's ridiculous. Decisions are made. People, saying they're not doing their own bias, pro-life, pro-choice on this. The other narrative, and I'm not going to play it because it was scattered throughout. Democrats believe they're back. They're back because yesterday when President Trump announced this freeze, as I understand it, on some of these big spending programs, the federal budget, so that we have time to calculate this stuff, like the $50 million. It's almost hard to believe for condoms in Gaza. How many condoms is that? That's so to be on the headline on the front page of American newspapers today. I haven't purchased any condoms, but we can certainly do the math on that. You get a big discount if you're ponying up $50 million, you would think. So that's a lot. Okay. They're trying to make this narrative today that the government is frozen. They were going after him on this, particularly around the issue of Medicaid. He made some great remarks about America, Kennedy did, America's overall health, and about Medicaid in particular. They're spending $900 billion, and he says, do you think Americans are healthy? And he wasn't firing it back, but he was making the point again and again and again. America is in poor health, chronic disease, etc. That's his main mission. When he's stuck on that, he's got the upper hand tremendously. Everybody knows this. That's what the element is. That's what we're trying to get at here. So their narrative was to say, President Trump is shutting down Medicaid. They went through domestic abuse. People won't be able to get aid, the whole thing. I thought they lost focus. They're not probing at Kennedy there. He was able to deflect that. But they believe their narrative right now, aside from the Kennedy hearing, even in the Kennedy hearing, here's a point I wanted to make. They believe they're back, that America's not going to stand for this. There's one poll out there saying people have cooled off after the first 9 days, 10 days of President Trump. They're banking on that. They think they have him in the crosshairs, so to speak, with this government freeze. I don't think so. All they have to do is point toward federal workers saying they're not going to go back to work. Just simple stuff like that. The average American says, that's it. That's it with these people. Show how much they're making. Trump has now posed a buyout program. They're calling it a purge. Yeah, like the film. I think you get 7 months, you get bought out at your current thing and all that. Trying to reduce the federal payroll. Brilliant move. Let's see how many take it. Already Democrats are cautioning them, don't do this. You're letting down everybody. And they're calculating today on their day job as a federal worker how much this would benefit them to quit, to take the buyout at this point. So I see Democrats losing the thread a little bit of opposing RFK Jr. and getting into some narratives here, the bigger narrative about the government freeze. Now, I'm consumed watching this, but my mind is really on what we heard yesterday. Caroline Leavitt was a star yesterday. Brilliant stuff overall. But when she announced, the drones, nothing to worry about. We know it's the FAA research and other operations. What? So I have a poll up at Dom Show 1210 asking the simple question, are you satisfied with the White House response on drones? One guy actually, it's tiresome on Twitter. Do you mean the Biden White House or the Trump White House? Because if it's the Biden White House, I'm not satisfied. If it's the Trump, I am. Buddy, just let's get in the real world. We're talking about what was announced yesterday. It's now at 60.8% of people who are not satisfied. Now, they realize this has come from President Trump. Probably 90% of them support President Trump. But what they're saying correctly is they're not satisfied with this whole thing on drones of the statement that was given yesterday. I wish there had been more follow-up questions. I'm not exactly sure. She kind of launched into something else at that point. And certainly, we respect the nature of something that's secretive. We had the mayor on, though, of Mayor Mellon yesterday, And he made the point that he didn't trust people in government, as most people don't. He's in government himself. But why are they doing this? Why are they doing this over Jersey? No, this does not answer the question. If you're one of the people that's satisfied, 855-839-1210, tell us why you're satisfied. What about this is satisfactory? Let's dip in a little bit, Dan. Bernie Sanders now with RFK Jr.
Like the slogan that you coined, Make America Healthy Again. And I strongly agree with that effort. Despite spending, as you indicated, 2 or 3 times as much per capita on healthcare as other nations, we have 85 million people who are uninsured, underinsured. We have all kinds of chronic illnesses. Our life expectancy is lower than other countries. And for working class people in this country, they are living 6-7 years shorter lives than the top 1%. We got a problem, okay? And I'm going to suggest some ideas that I think can remedy that. Last year, the insurance industry in this country made over $70 billion, while at the same time, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Do you agree with me that the United States should join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Yes? No?
Pretty lofty question there, Bern.
Yep.
Senator, I can't give you a yes or no answer to that question.
Health care a human right? Is health care a human right?
In the way that free speech is a human right,
yeah.
I would say it's different because if with free speech doesn't cost anybody anything, but in healthcare, if you smoke cigarettes for 20 years and you get cancer, you are now taking from the pool. Well, and so are you guaranteed the same right?
So Warren and Sanders, both, in somewhat agreement, but trying to push him farther to the left. Not because I don't see any grand strategy. I just think they're going with their own agenda here. All right, so here are the phone lines. I'll give you the side question. We got a lot of sound to play here, including the launch on RFK Jr. Here is my favorite, Dan, Cut 24. And this is his policy. This is why he's effective. This was one of the most effective things. They asked him about McDonald's, about cheeseburgers, Cut 24.
I don't want to take food away from anybody. If you like a cheeseburger, a McDonald's cheeseburger, a Diet Coke, which my boss loves, and you should be able to get them. If you want to eat Hostess Twinkies, you should be able to do that. But you should know what the impacts are on your family and on your health. Thank you.
Fair statement. I thought that was the most balanced statement of all today. All right, so for the side question today, we got a couple of things occurring. We saw on the day in history, I guess it was yesterday, the guy who invented, if you will, IKEA, which is a game changer as far as so many aspects of furnishing and how you do it and cost and all that. It was he passed away yesterday. And today, the machine that rolls ice cream cones. Woo! Yes, they actually celebrate that today. It's not like sliced bread, biggest thing since sliced bread, but it's pretty close. That's a game changer. We're looking for game changers. All right, so I'm going to give you in no particular order a few that I thought of because there's a million of them. Don't stick to just something ancient. You might want to be more contemporary.
Yeah.
I've always said Henry Ford was a great game changer.
Yeah.
It was there. It was there. He just put it all in one thing. Assembly line. Let's do it. I mean,
yeah.
He didn't really invent anything. I'm sure he had engineers who invented how to do it exactly.
Well, I mean, just in itself, that was smart to keep the guys in the same position. You know?
Yeah, exactly. And, of course,
smarter, not harder.
The great Wilt Chamberlain, who the NBA had 29 to 39, depending on how you look at it, rule changes because of him. There you go.
Yeah, I was going to take some of those, whether it's the can't jump across the free throw line,
you could dunk
expanding the lane, things like that. Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I think Larry Bird changed the game more than Wilt Chamberlain.
In what way?
He really, I mean, it was the start of the whole three-point era that we see. explode even more to this day.
Yeah, well, they didn't redesign stuff specifically for that. Although they did have the bird rule that you can give the
There you
player
go,
on your
see?
team. Well, he didn't have anything to do with it. He just happened to be on the Celtics and what they were trying to do.
Wasn't he his own agent, or is that not true?
No, I don't think so. But Will, I mean, come on, you got to give some. Change it. All right, who's yours?
He revolutionized writing Sharpies on papers and holding it for cameras. That's what Wilt Chamberlain revolutionized.
Okay.
How about the iPod, Dom? Revolutionized how we consume music. Well,
Exactly.
for a little while, it was on those devices that you download an MP3 on. But then came along the streaming services that kind of upended that and re-revolutionized what we're seeing there, changed the game. And on your point of Henry Ford, how about we go Ray Kroc and take the fast food assembly line off the board?
And he went from Henry Ford and put it to food, which is even more, shall we say, not creative, but incredibly smart. To think, why can't we do it with food?
Yeah, why not?
That's what we're looking for. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I'm going to stick with sports here. I'm going to go with something the most intimidating pitcher of all time was able to do, and that is Bob Gibson. Because he was so dominant, they lowered the mound from 15 inches high to 10 inches high to try and give batters a chance against him. So someone like that still has a profound impact on baseball today because it seems the pitchers have taken over more than the hitters.
Okay, yeah. If it has any kind of longevity, too, that'll help with it. All right, so a lot in play. We brought you yesterday the scientist who is the scientific backup to RFK Jr. I thought it was really good stuff. Today's debate with him hasn't lived up for me. It's been intense, but I haven't seen anybody toe-to-toe get where he really is at specific points yet. But I think they go tomorrow. And tomorrow we're going to bring on the person there with him who heads up the Children's Defense Fund. In other words, his lawyer in all these issues. So you're getting inside the mindset here. That's what we're trying to provide. But so far today, he's done well. There hasn't been any shocking moment, anything where it's like, oh, man, you can't vote for this guy. It's not giving Republicans cover. If they don't want to vote for him, they don't want to vote for him. By the way, Caroline Kennedy yesterday, the attack, we have it. We'll play it again at some point, I'm sure, talking about him as a predator. He talked today about being a heroin addict and 42 years, he said, still going to AA meetings because of it. And people on Twitter put up, and it's true, that Caroline Kennedy and her husband own a lot of stock that's associated with Big Pharma. But I don't think you can dismiss everybody as a captive of Big Pharma. I think they're going after him because the Kennedy family is like this. They are as dysfunctional. They are as big of a menace as any family we've ever seen. I mean, I despise them up and down the line, the whole nonsense that they've been able to get away with. So I think she went after him because they're still Democrats. They're still connected to the establishment. And at the 11th hour, though, telling the American public about this, I don't think it dinged him at all, even though some of the stuff was pretty intense with his hawk and the drug usage. But they did talk about the drug usage today. He was very clear about it and how it gives him insight. I'm watching Marsha Blackburn now, who's suspect on the Big Pharma list, to see where she goes, and we'll talk about that. All right, phone lines right now are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, just push pound 1210.
Your weeknights are getting a whole lot better. With Jimmy Fallon, 7 to 10 p.m.
Back when I was a cab driver, trying to make my way in comedy and find some entree into television and radio and everything in between, I was writing articles, mocking sports culture and cancel culture and things like that. And they had booked me an interview on WPHT. They were the very first radio station to ever book me as a guest. We had a lot of laughs. So to be sitting here, 8 or 9 years later as a host in your lineup is obviously a really big deal to me personally.
Jimmy Fallon, now weeknights, 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is Dom time. Maybe the best argument for the need for an RFK Jr. Henry, this is cut 22. Here's RFK Jr. making the point. And again, if we accept this point, and it is backed up by a lot of metrics, we have the worst health outcomes of any developed nation, then the question becomes why? Why is it not just that we're bad, but that they're better? Here's what he said.
The United States has worse health than any other developed nation, yet we spend more on health care, at least double, and in some cases triple, as other countries. Last year, we spent $4.8 trillion, not counting the indirect costs of missed work. That's almost a fifth of GDP. It's tantamount to a 20% tax on the entire economy. No wonder America has trouble competing with countries that pay a third of what we do for health and have better outcomes and a healthier workforce. But I don't want to make this too much about money. It's the human tragedy that moves us to care.
All right, so there's his point. That's his argument. And the only thing he has to defend against, really, are the issues around vaccines. And I didn't see anything today that really punctured or made him out to be. There was a lot of back and forth about that COVID vaccine engineered to attack people that were black and white, and debate over Kennedy talking about it was an NIH study that said that he just forwarded it. But I didn't see anything today that maybe changed where people might vote, other than this attempt to make him out to be more pro-choice and that would have influence. And if you're a pro-life Republican, you got to vote against him. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. In addition to that, though, I'd love to have you get in. A lot of people voting at Dom Show 1210, at Dom Show 1210. I've made it as simple as possible and only two choices. Are you satisfied with that announcement yesterday from Caroline Leavitt, the breaking news before her news conference? Yeah, it's the FAA. Now, some people are saying in follow-up after their vote, well, then show us the drone. I know they'll say it's top secret or something, but they didn't say it was top secret. Now, we love Jeff Andrew. He's one of our favorites. He's coming up in about 5 minutes. And, he's supportive of the president usually. But he's the one that launched on this about the mothership and the drones. And I think he was more right than what they told us yesterday. You're not going to dismiss this because it's still ongoing. And I'm glad to see people in the poll. Are those 40% in the poll, or if you're one of them, are you doing this because you feel President Trump's under attack? If you say no, you're not satisfied. You can be not satisfied and differ on something. Because I can't believe 40% of people are satisfied with what we heard yesterday. Nothing to see here, move on. After all this, and it's continuing, well, what are you going to do about it? Well, that's what we want them to tell us, or to do something about it. We want them to stop it. If it's the FAA, I'm going to ask Van Drew, if it has to be a secretive intelligence committee or whatever, tell them to stop it. Do they have more compelling need to continue this alleged research than people have to stop this, that they don't want it? They're tired of seeing it. Well, don't look. We told you it's nothing. You have nothing to worry about. Is that your position if you're in that 40%? Yeah, shut up already about the drones. Let them put them up there all they want. He told you, now shut up. That's hardly transparency. So, look, he's in a tougher position with this since he's the one that rang the bell, and I think correctly. Who would have enough credibility to say, look, we just can't tell you about this? As an American, we want to protect you. That's what this is about. I don't see the elements that come together that tell me that's the case here. So whatever it is, it's annoying as hell. And I think people have a right to know or to demand that it stop. Do it somewhere else. Do it out over the desert. All right, so Jeff Andrews here, and we'll get you on the side question. The Kennedy hearings, we are inside that. Hard to tell if he has the votes because a couple of Republicans or more might vote against him, and a Democrat or two might vote for him. So it's a tough one at this point. Nothing has been extraordinary. It's been great on some of the exchanges. I'd love to get you in. 855-839-1210. Jeff Andrew next. Hey, are you looking to achieve your health goals and start the new year right? Now's the time of year to optimize and support your heart health, cholesterol, digestive health, energy levels, and more with Rescue Natural Supplements with their New Year savings. Rescue is celebrating you. Save 35% on single bottles of Rescue supplements. Use that code HEALTH35. Try the popular Rescue 1250 Omega-3 for heart health, Rescue Probiotic for better digestion, or Rescue Oracine for more energy. Whatever your health goals, Rescue has you covered. To place an order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant, or you shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Start your journey to better health today. Use that code HEALTH35. Again, save 35% on all single supplements with that code HEALTH35. Don't wait. Make this year your best yet with Rescue.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
This federal employee is freaking out because she's going to have to work 5 days a week in person.
All federal employees have to work 5 days a week starting next week.
Life comes at you fast, huh? Sometimes you just have to remind yourself you're still an adult. Time to get back to work. As much as I am all about getting people back into their workplace and away from their kitchen table and their laptop and the scam that they've been perpetrating on us for many years, I don't know that I want people like that back in the workplace. Can you imagine encountering her at the coffee spot?
No.
In the kitchen here?
No.
Run.
You know how awkward that conversation would be?
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When the market reaches all-time highs, investors who try to sell high are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now, you'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers have not missed out on the recent market highs.
Kathleen Ralco from Langhorne, PA. I haven't missed out on growth opportunity this year. As a matter of fact, we've capitalized on it with crash-proof. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I'm getting the benefits of the stock market, but I don't have the downsides to it. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on February 4th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
If better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today. You can find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
A wind advisory is in effect today for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour possible. We'll have sunshine and clouds. It'll be milder with a high near 50. Chilly tonight, becoming mostly clear with a low near 30. And for Thursday, plenty of sunshine, colder but not as windy with a high near 40.
Go to kitchenmagic.com today and start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that's been transforming kitchens for 45 years. That's kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. Jeff Van Drew, Congressman Van Drew, should be here momentarily. I'm sure he's going to have a lot to say about this federal freeze, how Democrats are trying to spin it. But the drone question. I am just stunned how this goes. It is unacceptable. How many weeks has this been? It seems like forever. And we see various parts where there's intensity. Now I have 40% of my listeners saying in the poll, no, I'm satisfied with that answer. What's unsatisfactory about it? What more do you need to know? And I have bushel loads of people telling them what they need to know in order to put this to bed. All right, so 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. The headline, White House reveals Trump explanation for, this is New York Post, for NJ drones and raises even more questions. I don't know about raising more, but this other operations, what was that? By the way, Caroline Leavitt yesterday, star performance. Here's a little bit before we get to Congressman Van Drew. This will be cut 15, Henry, if you can. Leavitt talking about the $50 million being sent in condoms to Gaza in the middle of this freeze. Here we go.
DOJ and OMB have actually found that there was $37 million that was about to go out the door to the World Health Organization, which is an organization, as you all know, that President Trump, with the swipe of his pen in that executive order, is no longer wants the United States to be a part of. So that wouldn't be in line with the president's agenda. DOJ and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to debate that. Yeah, that might be. Who are you to say? All right. How about 25 million condoms?
At least they're being safe.
Yeah. Look, Gaza's population is very dense, so there's a lot of human contact there. But all right, let's go to Congressman Jeff Van Drew. Congressman Jeff, welcome back.
Hey, it's always good to be with you.
Well, we'll get to the federal freeze and the $50 billion for condoms in Gaza, how that gets through something. But when you heard this announcement yesterday, I would tell you a lot of listeners are telling me they're unsatisfied with what was being said about the drones. What can you tell us, or where are you on this?
Well, this is not President Trump's fault. There are still a lot of people in there, obviously, that were there last year when we were fed all these lies. Now, let's use common sense. We know how it all started. We all, people, constituents, saw drones. We knew they weren't hobby drones. We knew they weren't stars. We knew they weren't airplanes. Some of them were. There's no question. But there was a number that were unexplainable. And we had reports from the nuclear power plant and air traffic controllers and the Coast Guard, et cetera. Then originally the administration last year told us that they didn't know what it was, where it was going, what they contained, but it was nothing to worry about. Then they said, no, it's nothing at all. You're just looking at hobby drones. Then they said they were going to bring in advanced radar, have the FBI investigate, and do various levels of investigation with the Defense Department. And then the FAA was asked, and they granted it, to declare no-fly zones to have restricted airspace over dozens of facilities. If it was FAA unmanned systems, why would they have to go and declare restricted airspace? They're declaring restricted airspace on themselves. And if it was the FAA, why didn't they come out in the very beginning, instead of wasting the resources of the Pentagon, the resources of the FBI and others? Why didn't they come out at the very beginning and just say, hey, it's us. We can't tell you the top secret stuff, but we're going through exercises and testing out prototypes. I mean, come on. Sometimes we're a little gullible, Americans, but we're not that gullible. I mean, this is either the biggest screw up that ever took place last year, where not one agency wasn't talking to the other at all, or there's more to it, or both.
Why put that out, though? I mean, I'm in agreement with everything you said here. Look, it was a big moment for the new secretary who did great yesterday to say, I have breaking news, and President Trump, here's his statement. What's your theory then? I mean, that doesn't seem it's transparent, but it's raising more questions. What do you think happens next now on this?
Well, he's getting information from people who were there. President Trump wants to get the truth out to everybody, and I think he doesn't want people to be fearful. I understand that. And, obviously, as you know, I support him in doing that. That's what this is all about, telling people the truth. And I think that we still have to dig down more, hear more, and look into it more. At the very least, it is a complete lack of communication and a misuse of resources in the past administration. And we have to make sure that this kind of activity and level of communication no longer exists. If it was the FAA, how shameful again, just so everybody understands, President Biden, the secretary, the Pentagon, everybody said they had no idea what it was.
Yeah, well, look,
and we're saying it's the FAA. I don't understand.
I'm in agreement. I would settle for this with President Trump announcing, if they said, well, they seem to allude, they're doing research on something. If it's so secretive, we're trying to protect America, but they didn't say that. They just said secretive and other operations. So you think there'll be more announcements then on this? They're trying to get to the bottom of it?
I think they will. I think President Trump wants the truth to come out, and he did set Susie Wiles on this to look into it. So there's a lot swirling around right now. But as we move forward within this new year, I think, the administration is going to look into it more and settle some of the questions that occurred. And if it was simply, and by the way, there's a positive side to everything. It was miscommunication. Now we can cure that and make sure that never happens again, that one agency knows what the other one's doing, for God's sake. We also found out that there were 3 drone ships that Iran has, that China has as well, and that they have armed drones on those ships. This is fact. We have the satellite imagery. So we learned that. We know that we're 10 years behind in UAS, which are drones. We're 10 years behind on this, and we have to do better. So the good side, Dom, I always try to find the good side. The good side is, through all the screw-ups of the last administration, we have now learned what not to do, how to improve, and certainly, as we are going to do with our military, also with our drone systems to make sure that we are getting back on target and that we're number one and that we're not lagging behind the way that we have been.
I agree, but this should stop now then, right? Wouldn't that be something we should be calling for?
Well, if it doesn't stop, again, information should be forthcoming from the FAA, and they've been pretty mum. They haven't said a whole lot.
Right.
That should come forward and say, hey, by the way, you're still going to see them because we're continuing our exercises. We're continuing to test prototypes and to do certain activities. Don't worry, it's us, but we can't tell you everything because we are protecting the country. I think people would be okay. It's what we should have done from Jumpstart if that indeed is the case.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the FAA though. Between us, is somebody I think that's doing this. Some other agencies maybe. I just don't see that. Let's talk about the freeze though for a minute here. As I understand it, this is the first operation of DOGE, and at the big picture level, we're freezing things. But the average individual inside some of those systems, Medicaid, welfare, they still will have access. Is that your understanding?
That is correct. So, it took everybody a little bit by surprise, but that happens. We're doing a whole lot of stuff real quickly. But the grants that are good, the loans that are good, the systems that we have in place to protect people, kids and the elderly, et cetera, that's all going to be there. Nobody's going after that. They're trying to, the other side's trying to dramatize this and make it worse. They're going to go through, and if you're involved, and there are many good things, there are grants and loans that I've helped, different groups get that are doing wonderful work, helping veterans, et cetera. Those are going to continue. This is to get rid of the stuff. I just heard a little bit of your last segment while I was waiting to speak with you about how much was it they were going to spend on
$50 million for the condoms in Gaza.
Yeah, $50 million for condoms in Gaza. That's an example, right? I mean, so this is, by the way, lesson learned here. When you do bad stuff like that, like the last administration does, when you're spending hundreds of billions of dollars on, forgive me, but on crap, on some bad stuff all over the world, but not helping your own people, then you've got a situation where what has happened now happens, where you have to really go in there and clean everything up. So do we want veteran services? Do we want to help kids? Do we want to make sure hospitals continue? Absolutely. Do we want $50 million going to Gaza for condoms? No, we don't. No, we don't. They can get their own condoms.
Yeah, absolutely. What's next for you, your committee? What's next on the radar screen in the House?
So one of the things I'm looking at, as you know, I'm the new chairman of Oversight and Judiciary, and I think we're going to look at, and today that's one of the decisions I'm going to make. My staff at the committee level, along with my staff in the office, we're looking over some areas. And as you know, we're going to look at the FBI, we're going to look at the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, the DEA, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, parts of other areas of endeavor as well. We are going to be looking at Bureau of Prisons. There's issues there. So we're going to be looking at it all. I think, and maybe a little bit premature, I'll decide by the end of today, we're going to start probably with the Department of Justice. And here's the deal. I just don't want to rehash everything. That's not my goal. Mm-hmm. My goal is not to keep talking about the past. But you learn from history, Dom. You know this. And those that don't respect history are bound to repeat it. We don't want to repeat the wrong-minded, stupid, malintentioned activities of what happened in the past. The judicial system, and the Department of Justice was weaponized. I will sit down with anybody and debate that. There's absolutely no question. I have the proof. I have the evidence. We have the emails. It's horrible. Going into, Catholic churches, looking up through files of people's personal lives that should never be investigated only because they, certain people at the top had grudges against them or because they were conservative. The things that they did, going after, school boards, and you saw what the Department of Justice did. Whether you're pro-choice or pro-life is not even the issue. I mean, I'm pro-life, but that's not the issue here. The issue, when you look at these women One of them was 89 years old.
Mm-hmm.
And she was given a sentence, I believe it was like 10 or 12 years. She would have been over 100 if she had. You're going to take a woman who's just about to approach 90 that was praying in front of an abortion clinic. Now, what do you do in a case like that? Okay, maybe she was breaking the law. So you gently take her, put her in the squad car, tell her she can't do that, and drive her home, for God's sake. There were women with their rosaries in front of, good God, and we're putting them in jail, and we've got bastards that are committing evil acts, some of whom are illegal, some of whom are drug lords and drug kings, and we were doing nothing to them. Now we're rounding them up and we're sending them back because, frankly, we don't even want to pay to incarcerate them in America for a lifetime. We got better uses for our money. That's
Absolutely.
the kind of stuff I want to look into.
All right, Congressman, thank you as always. Thanks for coming on today. Keep us in the loop. I know a lot of things happening.
Dom, I appreciate you, and I always appreciate you getting the truth out there and constantly getting information out to the people who listen to you. Thank you much.
Thanks, Congressman Jeff Van Drew. All right, so you heard his take on it. Are you satisfied? I'm still looking this poll on Twitter. I think I want to know from the 40% that are satisfied on this. Because it's not like, all right, it happened, let's move on. It's still happening. 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all I need you to do is just push pound 1210, and we will get you on board. A little bit later on, we're going to talk with Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia from Sussex County, Jersey. Now, she led the charge before at the grassroots on the drone thing. I just find this all to be unacceptable. I don't care which administration. He's right about the Biden administration on this. No answer, nothing. Is the answer we got yesterday acceptable? That we're supposed to say, oh, okay, we didn't see it that way. It's the FAA research. Huh? What? They didn't say it's top secret. Why do it over Jersey? Why continue to do this? Stop it already. Isn't that the bottom line? RFK Jr., I wouldn't say he's going to sail through. This is going to be a close vote. But I didn't see anything so far today, and we have a lot more sound. His principal case, America's a very sick nation. We got to pivot from this chronic disease, et cetera. He laid it out. Now, are the things that he would proscribe in every event what we want to do? Well, I go case by case on these. And tomorrow we're going to have on his chief of staff, who's right behind him there, I believe. Megyn Kelly's there right behind him today, too. And talk to her about how it went, where they are at this point. It's going to be, you can't tell with these Republicans. I count 2 or maybe 3 that are going to vote against him. Are there 4? Will every Democrat vote against him? A little bit unknown at this point. 855-839-1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
It's the grand opening of King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, Sunday, February 2nd from noon till 6. With deals and specials you won't want to miss. The gun store and shooting range is complete with an additional 7 more indoor lanes, 14 total, a huge parking lot rear entrance, and the same great staff inside. King Shooters welcomes beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters, helping you find the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories. 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Start the new year by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Free speech lives here. The Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. So we have Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel on Thursday. It seems to me that Patel, we thought was going to be incredibly explosive, FBI and all that, his background. He's so credentialed. I think I'm looking at the odds. We have a group that puts odds on everything, and they have higher odds for him than they do for Tulsi Gabbard. And I'm trying to remember if they have higher odds for him than they do RFK Jr. Yeah, here we go. This is Josh Barton, a guy that puts out usually sports, but he does all confirmation odds for RFK, Gabbard, and Patel. Will Tulsi Gabbard be confirmed by the Senate? He has the over and under at 50 senators. The current odds imply a 71% probability she'll be confirmed. Wow, that's pretty high. Kennedy, over under 52 senators will confirm. They have his odds at a 86% probability. And here's the one that surprised me. Kash Patel, 54 senators, odds 91% that he'll be confirmed. So Kennedy is the most impact on our lives, but Kash Patel, in a lot of ways, heading the FBI, that is going to be really big-time stuff. And he has the highest odds to be confirmed. Okay, 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. Democrats think they found their voice here now. And even bleeding into the Kennedy hearings is the issue of this federal freeze. You heard Van Drew's take on it. That's mine also. But I am not I'm not saying he's cavalier. Look, he's in a difficult spot. You heard him, though, still make the case. So we found out about the mothership and all these drones. This is unacceptable. And the number is increasing on my Twitter poll. It's up over 61%. What are you 39% thinking is acceptable about this argument? True, it's transparent. She came out yesterday, the press secretary, and said FAA research and other operations. Well, what are the other operations? They didn't say, look, these things are so secretive, we can't tell you. I'm just not buying it at this point. Now, if they don't know, and they're not being told by the FAA, I mean, you got to get to the bottom of this, right? Some of the Trump deputies have to bring them into a room, Susie Wiles or whatever. What is this? Point blank. Well, we're not going to say that or we don't know. Next, until they get the answer. Do they not have the answer? Does anybody still not know what operations are these maniacs doing? Particularly if you're in New Jersey. I think Dawn Fantasia is going to be more blunt on this. I was really surprised yesterday when we got that. All right, Joe and Chalfont. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. What do you have today?
Good afternoon. Excellent show as always.
Well, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you,
Listen to
Joe.
you all the time. You were asking for a game changer or something that's changed things around?
Yes.
My wife and I have been in the photography business for over 50 years, and I would say the digital camera.
Yes. Just think of the ease of this and also the danger of this and people being able to video or take a still photo. What a game changer that is. Right in the palm of your hands.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And it has also eliminated a lot of the chemicals involved with processing film and paper and time consuming. And it has been a game changer.
Yeah, I would worry about the toxins, Joe, when you were doing that back in the day. I mean, you got to be thinking, wow, that stuff all day long with that. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get too much of it on your hands.
No, I hear you. That is a very good one, Joe. Thank you. Yeah, that's a vast improvement. It's got a lot of upside associated with it. By the way, one game changer, small thing. It's not a game changer, but I like. The White House press office, the Office of Communications, Caroline Leavitt, they're putting out every day under this branding, debunking the latest fake news hoaxes. And they give you the hoax, and then they give you the facts. It's just a good branding. They say, for example, hoax. A physicians advocacy group was widely cited as opposing RFK Jr. Fact, the advocacy group is an astroturfed partisan organization funded by prominent left-wing donors and accepts fake signatures. I have some of the names and I have some of the data. I like the way she's framing things, Leavitt and the office, and you're going to see more of that every day. Megyn Kelly, only about 5 feet away from RFK Jr., two blondes there, the wife and Megyn Kelly, right in the background, yes.
Didn't notice her there,
Yeah. And
makes an appearance on Fox News again.
I'm not sure, yes, what the Holland woman looks like. Our guest at 2 o'clock tomorrow. That's RFK's lawyer for the Children's Defense Fund. We brought you the scientist yesterday laying this out. And so far, I have not seen anything change today that I can point to that there's been explosive back and forth. We'll play a little bit more of it. But I think he's going to squeak through. Maybe 51 or a tie, and then Vance comes in. All right, coming up, Dawn Fantasia. Love Dawn, Assemblywoman, Sussex County. Led the charge. Remember that phony Murphy thing with 50 or 60 elected officials there about the drones and then telling them nothing to see here? What does she say about this Trump administration directive yesterday that it's FAA research? 855-839-1210 here on the Dom Giordano Show.
Great news. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details. Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply by February 12th and save with no application fee. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived through February 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
After research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Many of these drones were also hobbyists, recreational, and private individuals that enjoy flying drones. In time, it got worse due to curiosity. This was not the enemy. A statement from the President of the United States to start this briefing with some news. And with that,
that was big news. By the way, I'm watching here. Megyn Kelly is behind RFK Jr. To his left, though, it looks like Sarah Palin. At least she's a lookalike for her. And next time you see it come up here, I don't know. That might be kind of a bolstering. Is that Sarah Palin there? All right, Dawn Fantasia, Assemblywoman, Sussex County is a go-to, writes memos that are just precise and long, detailed on all this stuff. The drone thing, though, unsatisfying. On Twitter, at DomShow1210, you can take the poll. Are you satisfied with this? That's all that we need to know. Now, remember, this isn't a past occurrence. It's still going on. Let's go to Dawn here on Talk Radio 1210. Dawn, welcome back. What do you say from Drone Land about this statement?
Wow. Well, hi, Dom. Happy Wednesday. Good to be here. I can say that I'm happy to hear that this was not adversarial, and this was the first hard confirmation as such. We were told that, right. They danced around it a bit in the prior administration, so that was the best news to come out of it. However, as you can imagine, many of us still have questions, especially those of us who live in the area. And, the biggest question as I was thinking on this after the statement was released is, why on earth would the FAA restrict airspace over New Jersey if the answer was the FAA already authorized every flight for research and various other purposes? So that to me is incongruent. And then why did the Biden administration authorize additional equipment for drone detection for the state of New Jersey? And of course the obvious question is research of what, and what are these various other reasons? So, we know there's FAA experiments and research throughout the country. I think down in your listening area, the FAA Tech Center in Pomona conducts, all kinds of research. And if it was something that wasn't classified, they can say, hey, this is happening over the skies. You'll see it, and this is what it is. Or if it's classified, they can say it's classified.
Yeah.
The 177th Fighter Wing, I think of the New Jersey Air National Guard is based there. And if they were doing something, and we can see in the skies, the answer is yes, we're doing something. You're going to see maneuvers, but what we're doing is classified. That's perfectly fine. New Jersey is not out in the middle of the desert around Area 51 out in Nevada, where the existence of the facility was denied for decades, right? We're densely populated. We can see things in heavily populated areas, and we had questions and we had concerns.
Yeah, exactly right, Dawn. That's where I'm unsatisfied on this. Again, you got to put some, not only that, if it had happened, and this is the answer, well, people move on, sadly, but it's still ongoing. So.
It is. It is. And, the one other good thing that came out of it that, I didn't get to this part yet in my head and thinking the process, but, Congressman Van Drew, he came out and said the good news is it, definitely shone a light on how far behind.
Yes.
The state of New Jersey was, right? But then the country on detection and whatnot, when everybody was kind of fumbling over each other. But again, my burning question that remains is, FAA has complete control over the airspace. They have complete control. So why restrict airspace for different pockets of New Jersey if all of those flights of drones were authorized by the FAA? It's pointless. Why take on the expense to send additional equipment to New Jersey agencies to help determine? It's not a congruent line of questioning and answers.
No, definitely not. Dawn, we're in school choice week, and I'm a big fan of this, have been for years. But I got to say, with a lot of listeners, it doesn't move the needle as much as you might think. Now, you have history, as I do, in the education field, and you have a piece up, Unleashing Opportunity. You call for breaking barriers to school choice in New Jersey. We see Trump break through with Latino voters, for example, and they're a prime group that scores high in wanting school choice, but they don't seem to vote directly on that, even though your article and my own sense is this is the single biggest thing that would liberate the country. The public schools would have to comply or go under. God knows what would happen, but there would be mass exodus from many of them.
That is correct. School choice in New Jersey, as much as we have options, there are so many barriers. Even if you look at the public charter school sector, we have one authorizer. In 6 years, the Murphy administration did not even authorize one charter school with nearly 30,000 children on wait lists. And oftentimes, they're locked by geography. And it is a combination of being strangled by special interest groups like the NJEA, who fight tooth and nail, who claim that money belongs to them. Hey, traditional public schools, they already win the lottery when a parent pulls their kid out and homeschools the kid, because you know who retains that money in that scenario?
They do, right? The school.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
So the parent doesn't even get a tax credit. So that school is reaping the benefits of that. But then, along comes a charter, and you hear frequently, oh, you're stealing money out of the public school. I beg to differ.
But Dawn, here's the question that I'm on, though, because I really value your judgment. Why does it not result in revolt? In other words, I don't think Latinos for Trump voted on schools and school choice. They voted on other things. Are they more open now to see if you continue voting for these people in the public school issue, then you're never going to be free. I mean, what does it take to get this final hurdle? Because if it happens, then America is not going back. It's a changed America.
Correct. You know what I think it is, to some degree, why it did not move directly to the forefront, let's say, across the country. New Jersey is unique in having a ridiculous, absurd school funding formula. But I think that when you look at, like, for instance, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you're concerned about food, water, air, shelter, right?
Right.
So you had people literally who could not feed their families, could not afford to make their rent. Those issues flew right to the forefront, could not get a well-paying job. Those issues flew right to the forefront when you look at a hierarchy of needs. I think as these needs are being met by Trump policies, this will allow to move to the next level of needs, which is a quality, high quality, productive education for your child. But again, I think that this issue fell in the background because, again, not too many people are very concerned about their child's math performance when they're not eating, when they can't put food on the table, when they don't have safety in their community, when they don't have shelter. So I really think it would just ended up being an issue of priority.
Wanted to get your sense, particularly the child part of this with RFK Jr., aside from the debate over, how unhealthy we are, there's no debate over that. But his proposals, it's pretty clear politically, this guy, if he stays in the right lanes, to me, Dawn, is a breakthrough, make America healthy again, to suburban moms particularly, that waver back and forth. Maybe they'll vote for a Republican. Maybe they can see the light on some of these things. When he's on the good side of it, talking about those things, that's exactly what those moms want.
You could not be more spot on with that. I recall having a conversation with some of my, I call them middle of the road friends and some coworkers. One day we were having just a discussion when Kennedy was first making a determination, and I said, mark my words, if he endorses Trump and actually links up with him, that is the final push to get Trump across the finish line, mark my words. And they laughed at me, and they said he's never going to be able to move the needle. That's not a big enough issue. And it is a big enough issue, and it was a big enough issue. Was it the only issue? No. But did it help exponentially? Absolutely. And you will start to see a shift because, Trump was the boogeyman, when he ran in 2020. Everybody, on that side, tried to instill fear and say, oh, he's going to do all these terrible things. The suburban moms who are middle of the road kind of revolted to some degree. Now with a greater comfort level in seeing what he is doing, seeing that he is linking up with RFK, this is big. I think this is very, very big. I think RFK is an incredible complement to the president's agenda.
Without a doubt. Where do we find you, Dawn? Where should we go to see the various Sussex County shenanigans that seem to go on a lot?
You mean social media wise?
Yes.
I'm on X at Dawn Fantasia, and then an underscore NJ, and then also on Facebook it would be Assemblywoman Dawn Fantasia. So I usually cross post there. Sometimes there's different content, depending on what it is on both of those. But that's great. Thank you.
You have an all-time great political name, so I have to ask: is Fantasia your married name, or is it your name before that?
No, Fantasia is my name by birth. Yeah, my dad is a Fantasia, and I come from a long line of Fantasias from Naples, Italy.
But Dawn and Fantasia, I mean, that's
I'm
just...
I'm going to ask now.
yeah.
We have a doctor on the station, Molly Fantasia. Any relation there?
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm sorry, who comes on?
Is there a Molly Fantasia in the family by chance?
There is a Molly Fantasia. She's actually an art teacher, and that is my sister-in-law. She's married to my brother.
Oh,
Don't know if it's the
okay.
same
Well,
one,
there's a
but-
doctor named Molly Fantasia here
And
that comes on the
also,
station.
do you like the film Fantasia?
Definitely.
All right, Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Dawn Fantasia. I remember we told Seamus McCaffrey. That was such a great name in Philadelphia, political name. Dominic Joseph Giordano. DJG.
You related to the Giordano, the when you go down the shore, you look to the right. There's like a farm there.
Yeah. I pointed it out to Roe every time. Why doesn't that guy, come on as a sponsor?
He should. There's no relation.
Farms.
It's not a family farm.
Yeah, we'll broadcast for big family. We'll broadcast right there from the farm. Whatever he produces, we'll be eating.
Yeah, before Jeremy Clarkson did it, you bought a farm yourself.
There you
You've
go.
been living there for a couple years now.
Yeah. 855. Is that Dom's place? They'll be driving. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. We'll play you a little bit more sound from RFK Jr. By the way, Victoria Coates is going to join us at 2:30. Just the best on national security. The Gabbert and the Kash Patel hearings start tomorrow. I don't think they'll be as explosive as this. But also President Trump saying construction will start in the next month or two on the Iron Dome. That's what Israel has. Now, we had Star Wars. This is even bigger. I think we could shoot something down, but maybe only one at a time. Is that doable? Well, it's good to take a look at it. All right, phone lines. Get in on the side question, too, 855-839-1210.
America is the greatest country in the world. And the other thing great countries do is they make sure that they can keep their people warm in the winter and cool in the summer because we have the energy that we need and we're not dependent upon countries that are lesser countries. We should not in the United States of America be dependent upon Venezuela. America is better than Venezuela. We should all be able to say that. We're better than Venezuela. We're better than China. We shouldn't be dependent on China. We're better than Russia. For the longest time, the left wouldn't let you say this. I'm proud to say America's better than China.
Rich Cioli, weekday afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. And on the free Odyssey app.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is your home cold and drafty, or windows and doors just won't open like they used to anymore? Brighten your home with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We offer a wide selection to fit your style and budget, ensuring energy efficiency and aesthetic appeal.
And new doors and windows enhance your home's value and comfort.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and handmake 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, it is time. Coming to the calls here, but Dan, it might be worth it. You guys have gotten a lot of sound today, but this one, Schumer talking about arousal. I've never seen people as aroused as they are. They're very aroused, Democrats. Remember I told you bleeding through this entire thing here with RFK Jr. at large part, they keep on going back to the Medicaid portal. They keep on going back to Trump freezing the federal government spending at the broad level, but not individuals still can access it. And they think they were flatlining, but now they're aroused. Not only are they awake, but they're aroused. Do you have Schumer there yet, Dan? I can see you smiling, so you must hear what I'm hearing. Talking about being aroused. Schumer. Democrats are believing this is the issue for them now. They're going to ride this. this freezing of the continued government spending until early in February.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time in terms of trying to get this done. So, yes, I think democracy will have an effect, and we are going to keep at it. We're going to keep at it legally. We're going to keep at it legislatively, but we're also going to keep at it in terms of the grassroots. Thank you, everyone. People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very,
Elizabeth
very long
Warren's
time.
aroused. You can tell she's getting beers there. Bernie Sanders is aroused. I'm seeing him in this debate. Oh, my God. Yeah.
Well,
I
thanks for
told
gracing
you.
us with
Yeah, this is a great
Schumer.
drop. Thank you, Chuck Schumer.
Aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
I didn't ask for this.
Is he aroused? We'll see. Oh, my God. The wife of...
Sadly, can't look in the mirror and see that, apparently.
Of RFK Jr.
Aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Is having a little trouble staying awake. I mean, it's got to be growing. Megyn Kelly looks perky, though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
How
yeah,
perky?
She
People
looks,
are aroused.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Schumer. Megyn Kelly's here.
I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Schumer's poor wife.
What he's expressing here, really, though, is
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you.
People are aroused.
They have found something now to penetrate Trump, so to speak.
Hey, now.
Yeah, there we go.
People are aroused.
They think this is going to work. This federal free. They think America's going to revolt. So they're out there telling everybody the world is ending. Here's Scott Jennings last
I haven't
night.
seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Here is Scott
Take
Jennings.
that thing out. Unhook it.
Where is Scott? Oh, yeah, on the aid freeze. Cut 14, Dan. Here's what he said last night on CNN.
They had to go out on a limb. Kids sponging off the government in exchange for food so they can get through a school day.
Not the greatest political argument, is it? I have a few thoughts on this. Number one, I assumed when this all happened, it would get sorted out in court. That's obviously process is underway. Not uncommon. Joe Biden had to have a few things sorted out in court, too. Pretty common thing. Number two, I didn't realize we were but 12 hours from full societal collapse after one government decision. I had no idea, but I appreciate the briefing. Number three, I think the American people are appalled at the amount of money that goes out the door every year, and it seems to be on autopilot, and it seems to be without political oversight. And I do think one of the lessons from the election was, can we get a little bit of political oversight over the unelected bureaucracy? And that is what they are attempting to do. Do I ultimately believe a lot of this is going to be walked back? Yes. Do I think members of Congress are going to draw attention to things that are quite necessary and quite useful? Absolutely. Will it take a few days to iron out? More than likely. But I do think there's a little bit of overreaction on the left today because Donald Trump and his people decided to exercise a little bit of political oversight, which I think the American people want.
All right, so you heard Schumer, you hear Scott Jennings, and you hear the arousal. Let's go to Richard in Westchester. All right, Richard, you're one of the under 40% now. I'm trying to drive the number down under 30 next. Why did you vote? You're satisfied?
Can I just make a suggestion
yes, go ahead.
for Henry or Dan? Have them go to Grok and have them describe a aroused Chuck Schumer and draw me a picture of it.
Okay.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time in terms of trying to get this.
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, God, there's so many jokes. When was the last time he went to Epstein's Island?
People are aroused.
We can do this all day if you want, man.
Oh, yeah. So
I can
continue.
go all day with this. Anyway,
Get
I
away
don't
from me, you
necessarily
crumb.
disagree with you.
You were the 40%. Why?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you. For now, I accept this explanation only for the fact that it's not a foreign actor, and we do have some that it's probably ours. And I assume that I know Trump, and he's been straight with us before, that he'll get and fill in the blanks. But I think they just want to let us know that it's not a foreign actor here.
All right, but the thing is,
I'm happy to wait for a further
Richard.
exploration.
The thing is this, though. I mean, I think they saved it up a bit to make some dramatic statement yesterday at our news conference, and I get the drama of it. But he's been in there 9 or 10 days, Susie Wiles is unbelievable. The people, I have not met her, but Jim Worthington and others have told me on the inside as far as being on top of things.
I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
But they have to bring in the FAA and say, what the hell are you doing? They got to make them tell them at least so that then they can tell us. And if that's not happening, I don't understand it.
May I say one other thing? I fly my own drone.
Right.
And I live near an airport, and it's a DJI. It's a Chinese drone, and I can't have my drone take off if it's near this airport. It prevents that. That prevents the drone from taking off. China, the DJI company, a week before the inauguration, took all those parameters off. So therefore, I, as a private drone owner, can fly my drone anywhere, including over an airport.
Wow.
So that's just some information.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you very much. I can't believe the look-alike. I don't think it's Sarah Palin. I've interviewed Sarah Palin up close, and her daughter blocked me. She was touring the country going to historical sites. And the Dan Borowski of that point, Mr. Avizo, was pretty clever. We were down at Independence Hall, and we saw them lifting one chain up like a block away. And that told, they had the chain. We didn't think she had high heels. She was going to step over them.
People are aroused.
All the media is moving toward one spot, and we crawl over to this other where the chain is down a little bit. Sarah Palin comes right up to me. I asked her something, and the daughter didn't like it and blocks me.
Really?
And some people on conservative social media said, who is this jackwagon there trying to bother Sarah Palin?
Wow.
And I was asking her about the city of Philadelphia and the whole deal. So
I would love to see a video. I wonder if
I've seen her up close. The woman is like a bookish-looking Sarah Palin. It's a pretty close.
I don't see it. Where do you see?
Right in front of Megyn Kelly.
Right in front of
right in front of Megyn Kelly. Yeah.
Okay.
Take a look. You'll see it. But and if you've seen Sarah Palin in person, she's much more attractive. I
haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
All right, Chuck, come on now, Chuck. The arousal level. Let's go to Nancy Pelosi. Let's go to Nancy Pelosi on this. All right, let's go to Scott in Mount Laurel, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott.
I'll tell you, I've heard this sort of arousal could lead to insurrection.
People are aroused.
Oh my God!
I had to
not
do
bad.
that.
Not bad. Yeah.
I think it's interesting that. By the way, Susie Wiles. I don't know if you know this. She's Pat Summerall's daughter.
Yes, we do know. That was talked about before. Oh yeah. And Scott, I'm kind of surprised. She's on top of things. It's a pretty mediocre statement to make, given that people are very afraid of this and interested in it.
Yeah, well, I guess there's only so much information they want to give out. I certainly like to hear more information at some point, and then like your last guest says, doesn't really add up. It doesn't line up too well, as she says, not that congruent. So we'll see. I guess in time, maybe more will come out.
Well, the best post that I've gotten, Scott said, don't tell us what it's not, just tell us what it is. And if you have to say, well, it's super secret, we can't divulge any more than that. Okay, I guess we'll have to live with it. But this appears to be the FAA just doesn't want to tell us anything.
Yeah, I didn't know what the FAA was involved in that kind of stuff. But I mean, if they're in charge of flights around the country and basically, normal travel, I don't see why it would be a secret as to what they were researching. So that's why I'm kind of a little more curious than I was before, even. But the other thing, I find it interesting that the two that seem like they're going to have a hard time getting across the finish line potentially are RFK and Tulsi Gabbard. And I think it's because the Democrats are going after them the hardest, because the worst thing that can happen to them is have one of their main narratives undermined. The idea that Trump and his administration were a bunch of right-wing extremists. If we have two Democrats working in our administration and we show that we can work across party lines that way, that really undermines their narrative.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me ask you about RFK while you're here, Scott. I don't know if you have kids, but used to be, I'm looking at the debate today, and the one that I would pull out of all this where we actually have something we know about on vaccines is measles. And RFK Jr. over the past doesn't like the measles vaccine, wants to rework this or something. I don't know that the measles vaccine, A, has caused damage to kids. And B, though, I don't know when we started thinking we have to do that. Kids routinely got measles in the past.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we still give I guess we still give it's an MMR or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, I think he would have to make the case for look, just like we're doing with the budget. I don't see a harm in re-examining things that we've kind of taken for granted and looking over things. But in the end, he would have to make a case that was compelling. And I think you mentioned this yesterday. Trump has to be the guardrail with Kennedy because we want a lot of what he brings. But it's kind of like with Jalen Hurts. We want you to do this, but don't throw it into trouble. Don't take, the bad sack. Put the guardrails on him, but get the positives out of him.
That's what he's all about. He's a vehicle. He's a vessel to do that. And I think the mistake is, look, we know the mistakes made with COVID, lack of information, myocarditis. With kids, you have basketball players, healthy kids getting it 15 to 19. But that doesn't mean we ought to go back and get rid of the polio vaccine or something. You can look at it, but I mean, yeah.
And I don't see any way that he would ever even try to do that because it would be the end of his career in that kind of a position. I think that, you have to have some public support to do these things. And that's the other thing. Does he have what kind of autonomy does he have in that position, or is that something that would have to go through some other channel or vote? Can the president just eliminate vaccines? I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
He could issue federal orders. He just issued a federal order saying the federal government now is banning or involvement in so-called gender-affirming surgery and the like. Now, that's the federal government. It'll go to court. I don't know at the state level can you do it. I'm a little unclear. That just came down in the last 24 hours.
But I think ultimately that's going to have to go through Congress if it's going to be federal, or it's going to have to go through states. I mean, I don't see a president being able to just make a law by an executive order. I mean, maybe a temporary thing, but so I don't know. I think that if we only want people that agree with us on everything, we're going to be a very small minority party. We have to be able to work with people where we can, and I think in this case, RFK fits that mold where we want the health stuff. And it's great politics for us to have a Democrat as part of our administration. And we just keep the guardrails. He doesn't do anything crazy. And if he does, we reel him back in.
That's the plan. What's your side question today?
My side question is instant replay has been a huge game changer in sports.
Yeah.
There were so many plays that you'd leave the game saying, oh, my God, that team won the game, but they didn't. They got stuck, because the call was wrong. If anything, the only thing I would do is I would expand instant replay. I hate the fact that not everything is challengeable. They give you only 3 challenges. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to use it on whatever you want. And I'll go further than that.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
I'm going to go one step further, is that you should be able to even challenge calls they didn't call. Because right now you can only challenge a call they make. But let's say the other team gets a 60-yard touchdown and it was an obvious holding. You should be able to challenge that. Say, hey, he held. Bring it back.
Sounds like a coach we're talking to.
You know what? This is getting close to, and some of you love it, the computer calling balls and strikes, etc.
Robot ump?
The robot ump. I'm going to be out there protesting, laying down in front of that. No way, no robot umps.
I'm for making everything reviewable, but
yeah,
that's one step too far. Is like, oh, that should have been a foul. No.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's where we're headed.
You want to check in Washington, Don? Take a listen.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Donald Trump incited the erection. People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
They were into that because of the insurrection. We got wrecked in there somewhere, and the arousal.
Donald Trump incited the erection.
Did he actually say that at that time? He didn't say insurrection. He meant to say
then he clarifies. That was a while back. And then he says,
it was, And
he says,
insurrection against the United States.
Was he aroused? Who was aroused?
I think a lot of people, Don.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time. The erection.
Thank you, Chuck Schumer. You will be here on our soundboard forever. You have a place carved out. All right, more of your calls coming up at 855-839-1210. That's how you get in with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Let me tell you, looking forward to this Saturday, Diane Cardano back with us. Don't forget the big event. It's free. It's a great breakfast, great information. You and I will have a chance to talk about everything in the world. And Diane is going to be talking about empty nesters, selling your home in 2025, the housing market, which is changing very fast. Diane Cardano from Cardano Realtors wants to help you stay ahead of the shifting real estate market and increase the value of your home. Diane is hosting this free breakfast seminar this Saturday morning, February 1st, think it starts around 8:30. I'm usually there about 8:15. It's right off 309 Turnpike, the Hilton Garden Inn in Fort Washington. You'll learn how to tackle the uncertain market with rising inventory, fluctuating interest rates, low-cost ways to stage your home. Nobody stages your home better than Diane Cardano, and lots of other insights. As I said, I'll be there, and Diane will be signing copies of her new book, Model Home Mindset. You don't want to wing it when you're selling your home, even if it's a couple years down the road. This is a good opportunity. Pop over, get the information. Diane does all the homework. You get your home sold for top dollar. Again, it's free. All you have to do is let her know you're coming. Call 215-576-8666 or do the same thing online. 215-576-8666.com. I'll see you this Saturday morning around 8:15, 8:30 at the Hilton Garden Inn.
Weather sponsored by First Bank.
A wind advisory is in effect today for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour possible. We'll have sunshine and clouds. It'll be milder with a high near 50. Chilly tonight, becoming mostly clear with a low near 30. And for Thursday, plenty of sunshine, colder but not as windy with a high near 40.
In the dynamic world of programmatic ad buying, Viant is your ultimate CTV partner. Target with precision. Buy with confidence. Viant empowers you with AI-driven technology that reaches your audience where they engage most, ensuring your message hits home. And the campaign results? Transparent, thanks to Viant's advanced measurement suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Ready to drive your business success with a trusted local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Temple University is mourning the loss of a freshman student who fell from a light pole Sunday during Eagle celebrations. The White House says drones spotted flying all over New Jersey were approved by the FAA, and the nation's report card is out. Philly improved in some areas, but still trails most urban districts.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Dawn Stensland here. Recently, I had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to my home to make sure it's winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now. MarvinEKANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. What's in the air? It's not just Chuck Schumer. Joy Behar on The View today says that the senators lack the testicularity.
Oh.
If that's a word, let's look that up in your Funkin' Wagnalls.
Well, let's ask Schumer about it.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
But the testicularity isn't there. Required to oppose Trump nominees. And I know people would find this hard to believe. Fox had the biggest January, not that part, in the history of cable news. The first time, Dan, we should get her on, if possible, again. The host of the 12 o'clock show on Fox. First time they won over The View. Now, you're probably thinking, wait a minute. Well, you know how hard it is, cable, to beat as bad as it is broadcast TV. They actually are beating The View now. Wow, that's tough. The View's ABC, right? So Fox beating network TV, that's pretty difficult. All right, but it's happening. Usually, post-election, there's a downturn. People tune into something else. But this January with Trump has been something we've never seen before.
I really think it's the old Howard Stern adage where he had in private parts, the time spent listening, people hate him more, spending more time listening. You always tell us a great story of a listener that you had.
Yes, Bugle Boy.
Yeah, Bugle Boy. I didn't know if you wanted me to mention the name. But I really wonder if after the election, a lot of liberals are even tuning into Fox News knowing that that's where they're going to get the most coverage of Trump. So, that maybe they can infuriate themselves a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. But beating The View. Wow.
It's a Harris Faulkner, Emily Compagno, and Kayleigh McEnany.
Yeah, Harris Faulkner is the one that we've had on. Yeah, well, let's see if she'll come on. Talk about that's a big win. All right, I want to talk about something. I had a conversation with a guy, Walter, yesterday, who's real down to earth and not political on anything. This Temple student who died, I guess it was yesterday, sadly, who fell off the pole of a lighting pole in downtown Philadelphia. Now, the police have said, and I hate to be critical of this, that they were trying to protect people tearing down stuff like that versus climbing up. Look, these are morons, and we still have the Super Bowl. If they win the Super Bowl, it's even more. You could take the Cavalier. This guy was a gymnast and somebody who was into health and fitness, public health. That's a career he was going to go into, and he falls from that. Dan, am I out of line to say, and I know you can be a cynic and just say, hey, well, if they do that and they die, so what? I'm not letting them get climbing up on those poles. I'm not allowing it. There are enough cops there. How many poles could there be? 15 to 20 that are in the epicenter where they're going to go. I'm not talking about Mayfair for a moment. Just leave that out. I'm talking about downtown Philadelphia is where he died. Can you cover those poles? Is it a priority to do that? Or do we take the stance, hey, if you die, that's on you? I'm just asking bluntly, can we get it right for you? What do you say, Dan? It's on you? If you do it, you die.
I think at this point, how else do you prevent it, though?
You put a cop at the pole.
But how many cops? There's so many poles that
there's
around.
only about 15 to 18 to 20 poles. It's only like a 3-block by,
As someone who was down participating in the festivities Sunday night, the police were more concerned about keeping people off the sidewalks rather than climbing poles.
Right.
So it wasn't.
Why?
I don't know.
That's
they
your
jacked
strategy.
up my friend for trying to walk on the sidewalk.
Well, I'm asking, if we want to say, hey, if you do this and you die, it's on you, okay, publicly say it. I like the police chief. We've had him in studio. But you know what? On this one, you stop him from going up the pole. I just wouldn't let people climb up the poles in my city. No, you're not going to do it.
I think if you grease them, they didn't do that this time. If you grease them,
it's ineffective.
If you make an effort to put a deterrent there and people still get past the deterrent.
So you wouldn't put a cop there?
No, because I think that's a waste of manpower, in my opinion.
Well, they're also viewing, though, if trouble starts, the cop is not just stationed at a pole. He can intercede if there's trouble there.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So are you saying there's too many poles? There's 20 or so that I would think are there, maybe, in the epicenter of where we are.
You could have them stationed at all the poles. I don't think it's going to make a difference. I really don't. I think people would find a way up no matter how you did it. Even if you put them there, if you put someone would do something over there, they climb up on something else, whether it's a pole, a building, like a dump truck, like a lot of people on dump trucks the other night.
Okay.
Some people. Who knows?
Well, I don't understand what they were protecting. He said they were protecting the people tearing down poles. I'm just at a loss.
That's
because people were taking them out of the ground when they did win the Super Bowl, back in 2018.
Well, the cop can be doing that too. I just find this whole thing to be cavalier. I get the celebration part of this, but you have people doing stuff like this, firing a gun, doing God knows what.
Dumb.
Well, it's what they're doing because they're allowed to get away with it. So, Dan, you wouldn't put the cop then guarding the pole?
Well, I would. You know, I don't think it's a bad idea. I just don't know how much it's going to work. Like, I'm also in favor of greasing the poles, even though it's ineffective. I think it still deters at least some people from doing it, rather than, it's not like people are going to not accept the challenge of climbing a pole because it's not greased anymore. I think it just encourages more to do it.
That's the other thing. Put me in charge. I'll be looking at. I am not going to let you get up on that. I'm going to search the world. You're not getting up on that pole.
I'm getting up on that pole down.
Yeah, well, I might
next
put
Sunday.
How
I'm going
about
up there.
at the next Mulligan's remote, we have Dom protect a pole, Henry try to climb a pole.
Okay, there you go.
It's like that Chinese pole fighting.
Right, and we'll get the Odyssey lawyers in there. I'd love to hear from people. Everybody, it's so sad. It is. But you see something like this in front of you. Are you going to prevent it or not? If you want to say, nope, we're not, idiocy is going to happen. He's 21 years of age. He's dead. Now, the other idiot that did the backflip off a car or whatever, you can't prevent that, definitely. 855-839-1210. I was just surprised at the police. And again, I hate to go back to Frank Rizzo all the time, but I think Frank Rizzo would say, nope, you're not climbing up those poles. That means the cop would grab you, arrest you when you start to climb up the pole. That's what's going to happen. And I mean, physically arrest you. No playing around.
Yeah, and I think
simple.
it depends on how many poles there are. It really does. Because you're saying like 15 to 20. I'm trying to think in my head. I think there might be more than that.
Well, it's really maybe Broad Street.
We're talking Broad Street around City Hall.
You got about 3 blocks or so of it. I think there's enough cops.
I think it's way more than 3 blocks.
You guys think any fault lies with the Eagles?
In what way?
Well, you think about it. They have the tailgate.
Yeah.
They keep the parking lots open throughout the game. Dawn made the point yesterday that there are so many kids walking that we had a caller call in that is one of the RV, bus guys, and says it's just during the game, it's kids that are 18, younger sometimes, walk in the parking lots trying to scour for drinks, almost like they're on a hunt for some alcohol that they can get. Is it the responsibility of the Eagles to kind of prevent the tailgating to spiral out of control and have all this underage drinking at all? Because, I mean, Henry, how many people out there on Broad are, 20 plus? Are they mostly like teenagers and all? Or
I'd say it was a lot of, younger people, young adults, 18 to 21 range.
Like, why are they drunk? Because alcohol's in play here, right?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
I wouldn't think that they can go into a bar, unless they have the fake ID, which is very common, But
I would say the whole thing is preposterous to me. It's not just having fun. It's ridiculous. And now you have a person dead. It doesn't seem to be that big of a headline, that big of a deal, Dan, to your point. It's like you're spoiling the party if you say, look at this.
Why is it ridiculous?
To do what? What do you mean?
Well, what you said you just said it was ridiculous. What's ridiculous? Climbing the poles or
a lot of the stuff. Firing a gun in the air, climbing the poles.
I
think firing the gun, that's way too far. But I don't know. I think the pole's it's a good vantage point to get up there to see everything. You're talking like when they won the last time. I was up there. I was up on a pole myself.
Oh,
it was a great view.
Oh wow! It comes to light. We got a pole climber.
Pole climber. All right, so he was. That's what Greg Stocker said. This guy climbed a pole. Heck of a producer. Now it comes out.
I wonder what Schumer thinks about that.
Henry, what made you? Would you do it now based upon this kid?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, come on,
look,
dude.
it's not like I wasn't.
How dangerous this is.
Sure, but like
the guy's a gymnast, and look at what happened.
Yeah, I recognized it then that it was dangerous. I held on for dear life. It's not like I wasn't.
So were you on
careful.
a pole this past weekend?
No.
Okay.
No.
Let's not get on.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
They kind of blocked off the sidewalks, and obviously the poles are on the sidewalk, so you couldn't really get up there anyway. So wherever those poles were, I don't know what part of the street that was.
Okay.
They seem pretty blocked off for the most part.
We did have a producer here that witnessed in the fall that led to this critical injury, though.
Who was the producer?
Justin.
Oh, Justin did.
Yeah, Rich
what did he say about it?
Just said he was there, and there was just a complete gasp of, the air came out. Right. They're outside, obviously. And he said people around there instantly knew there was something drastically wrong there.
Well, I would put it this way. When I said ridiculous to Henry, you got a 21-year-old, this kid at Temple, right, fired up over the Eagles, alcohol involved, etc. Got to protect him from himself. I stand on that. If you want to be a city or a society that says, no, you don't let anything happen, well, then just say it. That's what I'd like to hear. I think it's ineffective by the police. I do. I don't care what it takes. I wouldn't let you climb the pole is what it comes down to. Dan, where do you come
So wait,
down?
the reason behind climbing these poles, Henry, is the vantage point?
No, it's not.
I think partially.
It's to say to your buddies, I climbed a pole.
Climbed a pole.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's also a good picture you can look back on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not gonna lie,
exactly.
the picture I have
Yeah,
of myself is
sure.
very nice.
Oh my God.
But yeah, like being up there and just looking out at the crowd, the sea of thousands upon thousands of people. It's a really cool sight.
Yeah.
It really
I'm
is.
6'8". I don't need to climb a pole.
All
to do
right,
that.
sorry, we're all not
Yeah.
we're all not gigantic people.
All
Sorry.
right, 855. What gets revealed in talk radio?
I
Dan?
haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
I always say it's a confessional. You never know what will come up here. All right. So 855-839-1210. You can comment on this. More calls coming up. And at 2 o'clock, we'll talk with Colonel Alan West. Live brewing there on Talk Radio 1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music at Westchester University in Pittman, New Jersey, February 21st and 22nd.
I'm glad I came. Best ever.
The highs, the lows, that band.
The music, the singing, everything. You laugh, you tear it up.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. And at the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey, Saturday, February 22nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, it's Joe Cameron. Let me tell you about United Tire and Service. You know, we all want to trust the people that service our cars, and we all want convenience. With 10 locally owned United Tire locations, you can get your car into the shop and back on the road quick and easy. And whether it's for an oil change or an engine repair, they'll take the time to get to know you and your car. They always get you the best tire prices by shopping competition to save you money on all the major brands. Schedule for the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L-certified winter collection sales event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L-certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Meet Viant AI, the world's first fully autonomous advertising platform. With Viant AI, you can automate media planning, analyze results, and drive smarter decisions, all while saving you time and resources. Viant AI helps you unlock new potential and boost productivity regardless of your expertise. Visit Viant.ai today and see how the future of artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
At David's Bridal, love is in every stitch. From the initial sketch to the final details, each style is designed with exquisite craftsmanship. Every wedding gown, bridesmaid look, prom dress, and special occasion style in between features handcrafted details filled with love. Come see the magic in person. Book an appointment and sign up for Diamond Loyalty to save 15% on your first purchase. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Keep People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
You're a creep.
How many people are going to weigh in here on the arousal factor with Chuck Schumer? That last half hour is a blur. My Schumer, Henry on a pole.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
All right, let's go to Chris in Downingtown. All right, Chris, what would you do in the great poll controversy?
Well, I would just like you have a bird feeder, and they put those shrouds that squirrels can't go up. Some do get by, but and squirrels are much smarter than those people climbing the poles after an Eagles game anyway. But if you did it with barbed wire or something, they're not going over that. You could put them on before. You could put them on the day before.
Right.
Take them off the day after. So
Go ahead,
that's
Dan.
my thought.
No, it's not a bad idea. I was going to endorse it, I think.
Well, I would endorse it, but I don't know what the lawyers would say.
That's true.
Yeah,
but mention the lawsuits that come from that.
Well, I mean, it's a protective type of thing. I just don't understand, Chris. And not made that way. With all due respect to everybody, I'm not letting you do it. I'm saying point blank something about it. I'm just saying you're not going to do it. Whatever I have to do.
I got an idea. You know how, like, when you bring your dog to the vet and they get stitches and they have to put that cone around their head? How about you do, like, a reverse cone on all the light poles? I'm serious. Do a reverse cone and then they can't
make
scale
it out
right?
of plastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's going to sue? What do you think the lawsuit from the family is against the city is going to be for not keeping their son safe?
Oh.
You're allowed to climb poles, I guess. It's like...
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Beth on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Beth, how do you see it in Berwyn?
Hey, well, I'm in Berwyn. It's a little more civilized, maybe, but in South Philly, when I was a little girl, my father used to take us to the Italian market, and they would grease the pole down with, I guess, some kind of pig fat, and then they would climb up, and there would be $100 bills hanging up there, and the big wheels of cheese, like a provolone tied up with rope.
Yeah, they do it every year. They do have that, but, you got to sign a waiver.
Oh, so it actually originates with these Italians down there.
Blaming the mob again. Here we go again, Beth.
I didn't say anything about the mob.
I'll tell you something.
They do get away with a lot, those Italians, right?
Oh, you're not. Wait, Beth. I thought you were Italian.
She's Irish, I think.
Oh,
yeah,
this.
You heard my name. Anyway, love your show. Love you guys.
Thank you.
One thing I should just post script. I'm looking out my window here out of my home office, wink, wink, in case my boss is listening. Which I go into my office a lot, but the Eagle flag just blew out.
Oh. All right, we got to get on that.
So that could be it. That's a sign of good luck, right?
People are aroused.
Thank you very much, Beth. All right, Colonel Alan B. West is next. What does he think of some of these the military? We have the trans order. We also have the issue of Trump saying he wants an Iron Dome. We'll get to that. But you can get in on this local situation. Is it something where you say you can't do anything about it? That I don't accept. If you don't want to, I can accept that. You're just saying, hey, buyer, it's your risk. If anything happens, the only problem is taxpayers pay for that. This family's going to sue, and a jury in Philadelphia will pay them. I don't think they ought to do that. Why? You're going to hear all the arguments that we're talking about. So what do you do? 855-839-1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assured. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day Mega Sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Take charge of your finances in 2025 by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growthchecking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, really big 2 o'clock hour. The poll thing and an aroused Chuck Schumer.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
All right, let's bring in Colonel Alan B. West and ask him about an aroused Chuck Schumer here on Talk Radio 1210.
Jesus.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
Bad vision. It's a bad vision. I don't want to think about Chuck Schumer and arousal.
Yeah, he said it several times. My producers, we need some military order here. I want you to give them a direct order to cease and desist, Colonel, because he said this today. They believe they're onto something here because of the alleged, which I think has been rescinded by the OBM director at this point, appraisal of government spending, and that's why Schumer was so aroused today.
Yeah, well, it kind of reminds me of Chris Matthews and his that tingly feeling going up his leg. Look, another bad vision. First and foremost, fly, Eagles, fly. Let's get that out of the way from down here in Texas. But, you know, one of the things we got to kind of understand is that, you know, Congress's duty is to appropriate funds to the executive branch, to the federal government, and then they spend it. Well, I don't understand how we could all of a sudden tell the federal government, the chief executive officer of the federal government, the President of the United States of America, oh, we're going to determine where you can spend that money even though it's been appropriated. All he is talking about is a temporary pause on this money to say, okay, where is this dollar going? Where is that dollar going?
Right.
Do we really need to send millions of dollars down to South America for drag queen shows or things of this nature? So I think, again, Chuck Schumer may be aroused, but he is on the wrong side of this issue in the eyes of the American people.
People
Yeah.
so aroused.
Now,
going up my leg.
When you were in Congress, though, how does this happen, though? Is it, let's face it, you know, as dedicated as you were, military then going, it had to be appalling for you, a guy of action, a guy with executive experience most of your life, and then you have to sit there with these people that are just not of that vintage. How does it happen that all that spending happens? What did you see?
Well, I remember writing a letter to Hal Rogers, who at the time in the House, he was the chairman of the Appropriations Committee. And understand by the Constitution, the keeper of the purse string is the House of Representatives. So I don't even know how Chuck Schumer is interjecting himself into this. So I wrote a letter because there are 12 appropriations bills. The only thing by congressional mandate that the Congress is supposed to do, House and Senate, is to pass a budget. So I just asked a simple question. What are, priority? How do these 12 appropriations bills lined up? And I never got a response back. So these people don't understand priorities. They don't understand budgeting. They don't understand, really and truthfully aligning the spending of the federal government to the Constitution and those things that are articulated in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. 18 duties, tasks, responsibilities, mandates, whatever you want to call it, for the federal government. And I think that's what we have to get back to, and it's called constitutional governance. And I think that's the argument that Russ Vought and the OMB should come back and say, show me where this aligns with our constitutional duty and responsibility as a federal government. Show me where, drag queen shows. Why are we funding drag queen shows? There's so many things we can point out of the fraud, waste, and abuse, and that's what they have to be very specific in their response to idiots like Chuck Schumer.
Dan, you had a question. I'll let you phrase it.
Oh, no, I didn't have a question.
Okay, you want me to do it? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Colonel.
No, I'll do it. You know
okay,
what?
yeah.
I want to do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Because we've been talking a lot, Colonel, and you said it earlier, fly Eagles fly, right? That the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's a sad situation here in Philadelphia. A pole climber is now in critical condition after falling off. And
no, he died.
He died?
Yes, he died.
Oh man, that's even horrible. That's terrible. So, Colonel West, so you have a strong history with daring feats, especially involving motorcycles, and I'm just curious, would Colonel Allen West, I'm sorry to, pity you with this question, but would you ever consider climbing a pole, Mr. West?
No, I don't do poles. I'm not a pole dancer. I'm not a pole dancer. I'm not a climber. Henry? It doesn't arouse me. It doesn't send a tingling feeling up my leg. No, so I don't do poles. Okay.
Yeah. So we're getting at this because it comes down to what's a government supposed to do. I would call out Allen B. West, Dan, and I don't think he'd let you climb up the pole. He'd get like-minded people, and you're not going to be doing that. Colonel, we have a lot this week on something called malicious, I wrote down the whole, compliance, malicious compliance by the Air Force. When the Trump people said no DEI, or any iteration of it, the Air Force, and I was thinking about you instantly, takes out of their training these women pilots in World War II, but the crown jewel, in my mind, of people who overcame with excellence beyond belief. I interviewed at Stan Casacio's house, where you've been a few times, a guy who was 95 and was a Tuskegee airman, and he just wanted to know, why can't they let him fly a helicopter now? So when you get these people at the Air Force saying, oh, yeah, you said no DEI, we'll take out the Tuskegee Airmen inspirational training tape.
Well, this is incredible because what DEI is, and this whole thing about equity, it is the equality of outcomes. Now, the folks who went down to Tuskegee, all they wanted to do was to be fighter pilots. They didn't ask for any lowering or changing of standards. They didn't ask for any affirmative action. They said we can be just as good as the other guys. As a matter of fact, we can be better. And when you think about the history of that fighter squadron, it was the most requested fighter squadron for bomber escort. Why? Because they never lost a bomber. And that's why I'm going to be honored to go down to Moulton Field at Tuskegee next month and do parachute jumps in honor of them and also the Triple Nickel, the first black paratroopers, the 555th Parachute Infantry Regiment, we know also as the Smoke Jumpers. Those guys didn't ask for any changing of the standards, but that's what DEI is all about. DEI is all about, we're going to, let you join the team because of. And I don't understand where the Air Force is going. Furthermore, the Commander-in-Chief has said this is what's going to happen. You salute the flag and you drive on.
Yeah, absolutely. But it just shows you the work that has to be done in the middle. Now, you saw it from the inside. You and I have talked about it 20 times over the years. But I think it still shocks me that this is an organization that you expect more of. You don't expect the mores of society to corrupt quite as much. It can corrupt, but this is corrupted at levels that really put us at risk. The president this week talked about, and I wanted to see what you knew about this, the Iron Dome, which I saw in Israel. When I was there, it did knock down any number of missiles. I thought we had the capability through Reagan and subsequent maybe to shoot down one missile headed our way. Do you think that's the case?
I do not know, from a classified standpoint. I know that we have the Patriot missile systems, but I think that what you're looking at is more so something, and what they're talking about is something that can be kinetic and non-kinetic, which means that we need to have a platform that can fire off an electromagnetic pulse that can disable the guidance system of a incoming rocket or missile system, as well as being able to have the kinetic ability to do that. So the Patriot missile system only goes up to a certain level of altitude. I think we're looking at something that can go up into a greater level of altitude because we have got to start matching the capability and capacity of our enemy. You look at what North Korea is testing. You look at what Iran is trying to do. So President Trump is absolutely correct, and also that kind of gets you to understand why a country like Greenland is so important when you start to think about Russian incursion and their ability to get close to our coast. And look, we never want to see another spy balloon come over our country. So that's the level of granularity or strategic vision that I think President Trump is trying to produce to make sure that we are protected anywhere all across the United States of America. And look, it could be something as simple as, a passenger airliner that is masquerading as such, and then you get the notification, and it's up there at 35,000, 40,000 feet, and you can reach out and touch it.
Colonel, where do we find all things Colonel Allen B. West?
Oh, sure. You can find me, not on that TikTok thing because, Dom and I, we don't support communists. But all the social media platforms, Substack, as a matter of fact, just released a little piece on Substack called An American Black Man's Interpretation of the 14th Amendment, this whole birthright citizenship crap that the left is trying to push on us, and Steadfast and Loyal Podcast, and the American Constitutional Rights Union, theacru.org.
Colonel, thank you, and thanks for your salute to the Eagles.
Always a pleasure, man. I think people are kind of getting tired of seeing, what's the name, Taylor Swift's boyfriend?
Travis Kelce, yeah.
That's his name, Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you, Colonel.
All right.
Take care.
God bless. Take care, guys.
All right, Dan, you took the bullet there. You asked him that question about
People
the poll.
are aroused.
Going. All right, the poll thing has got, people saying, well, Italians do it in Southfield. They do have it at 9th Street. They have an annual contest. But again, you sign a waiver.
Yeah.
They have the poll greased. I don't know if it's pig grease or whatever. And they climb to the top. And again, it's a situation that has more control and you're signing a waiver. Should the police have these guys sign a waiver? All right, you can go up to the poll. Just sign the waiver.
Sure.
There you go. There's the solution.
Yeah.
Jim, King of Prussia. Hey, Jim, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Afternoon.
Yeah, I was just going to echo what Beth said about the Italian festivals. And, my in-laws that grew up around 49th Street used to have festivals where they would climb the grease pole, and they didn't sign waivers back then, though, Dom.
Okay. Yeah. Well, should we let them do it?
Get up the pole. Hey.
Should we let them do it in Philadelphia, though?
You know what? A lot of bad things happen.
In Philadelphia,
kids get killed when they're sledding, right?
Oh,
and
my
still
God.
sled, right? Stuff happens. We only like to think we have this much control over ourselves.
Wait a minute, Jim. You got to be kidding
Go
me.
ahead.
You can't, as public officials, say sledding is one thing and something goes wrong. I agree. We get people that too many regulations. But climbing poles in a manner like this, and there could maybe 20 or 30 people doing it, you think that's too much government interference?
You write citations, right? You do the best you can, but at the end of the day, people are going to do what they're going to do, and actions have consequences in this world.
All right. Thank you, Jim, very much. So he was 21. He wasn't 16. I get all that. But, Dan, you're with me. Our buddy, Robert of Ben Salem, seems to be on this side on Talk Radio 1210.
Uh-oh.
All right, Robert, tell us, you're on Henry's side here.
Hey, yeah, a little bit. How you doing, Dom
Good,
and Dan?
good.
I think that you guys are messing with Darwinism here, okay? Darwin had a point. It's natural selection. If you're a knucklehead, and you want to climb a pole, no offense, Henry, because I'm sure I did the same thing when I was younger as well. But
what do you mean you're sure? You either did or you
okay,
didn't.
Did you, Robert?
What's that?
Did you do something like that?
You said I'm sure I did.
I'm sure.
Well, see, I like to. I was a big tree climber when I was a kid, and I used to go 40, 50 feet up sometimes.
Okay.
So the heights didn't bother me. But I could easily see myself doing something like that at like a celebration. But it's like Dom, you said it. Protect us from ourselves, and that's where I kind of drew the line. Okay, if somebody's going to do something insanely stupid, do you want to protect them and ensure that they give us more? I call them yuccaputz laws. And if you protect a yuccaputz from himself, they procreate, and we have more yuccaputzes. Do you follow me?
I'm not
Darwin
saying that
had
because I don't think Henry's in that camp. So you see,
I just might be.
Yeah.
I am definitely a
Well,
knucklehead.
Thank you, Henry. But there's another thing to consider, Dom. Being a dad is complicated enough. And when my kids were young, I figured one of my jobs was to keep my daughters off the pole. Now you're telling me I got to keep my sons off the pole?
You've been
too?
sitting on that line
Come
all
on,
show.
man.
You and Chuck Schumer have to keep them off the pole. Yeah, well, that is the line. Was it Chris Rock that said that? That's your job as a dad with a daughter. Keep her off the pole. Yeah.
Robert Mitchell just quote Chris Rock.
Yeah, exactly.
Did not see that one coming.
All right, Robert, what's your side today?
After going on about Darwinism and yuccaputz laws, my game changer is the seatbelt. It saved 60%. Fatalities dropped 60% after they were instituted, and over 91% of people still use them today.
That is pretty good. Only 91%. All right, there you go.
Quite the roller coaster
The
ride,
seat belt is a good answer. Really good. All right, 855-839-1210.
That word that starts with a Y that he kept saying, was I supposed to dump that?
No, I don't
Okay.
think so. No, it
hope
was
not.
just that was a made-up
Never heard of
thing.
it
It
before,
was
so.
no, I don't think. We're getting too much into Chuck Schumer thing. Things are going wild. Joy Behar. Levitt likely got the job because she's a 10. Okay? I mean, do I think that presentation, how she looks,
People
etc.,
are aroused.
that plays into being the press secretary here? Yeah. But compare her to the French woman, the way she conducted herself and the way she engaged in it yesterday. Quite a difference. Is that a job where being attractive can be part of it? Yeah, I'm trying to think of all the press secretaries. And, but Joy Behar, still trying to say that's DEI. She got it because she's a 10. Oh, my God. All right, Dan. I know we're reeling from this last. We can't continue this pace. God knows what.
I forgot we had this, Tom.
Yeah,
Wait, before we go, I just
Yeah,
gotta,
okay.
Remember this cut?
I actually am aroused by
I
him.
haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
That's Bernie Sanders. She was aroused by.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's Bernie. Yeah.
Let's
Now,
try to find
Schumer,
out, yeah.
I bet that's on The View tomorrow. Schumer being aroused. Trump
People are aroused.
President Trump is signing the Lake and Riley Act momentarily here, bipartisan. My column today, Delaware Valley Journal, you can check it out. It's bipartisan except for the three blondes from the suburbs, the Houlihan, the Dean of Decency, and Mary Gay Scanlon. And apparently suburban Philadelphia thinks Lake and Riley, so what? We're fine. Don't worry about anything. He's signing this at a podium in front of a lot of, take it just a little bit, then
Okay.
we'll go to Money Melody, maybe for a minute or so, just to hear the president on the signing of this.
Unprecedented success our country has been witnessing in recent weeks. Since even before the election, we've been making extraordinary progress. The American people gave us a clear mandate to save our country, and we won all 7 swing states by large margins, historic. Very importantly, we won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. Also, all 50 states, as you know, shifted toward the Republican Party, and that's never happened before. All 50, every single one of them. In our first week in office, we set records, taking over 350 executive actions. That's not been done before. And it has reportedly been the single most effective opening week of any presidency in history. And we want
Okay, there's the president as a prelude to the Lake and Riley Act. that he's signing, not at the desk. This is in front of the formal where they do a press conference. I don't know if he's going to take questions after that. We'll see. But right now, it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see the Dirk Quinn Band's Scabby Toad, a unique musical adventure with a reimagining of the Beatles' Abbey Road at the Zlock Performing Arts Center on the campus of Bucks County Community College on January 31st. We love the Zlock. Dan, what do you have?
Beatles, quite the game changer, huh?
Yeah.
Look at that. Great prize today.
Definitely.
So, Dom, today we're talking another game changer in the realm of music, and I'm about to blow your mind, Dom, because I'm going to take you back to the late 60s, where a burgeoning musician decided to take a French instrumental and write the words to a song that was later picked up and turned into a different song. So, Dom, I'm going to play him singing a demo of him doing his words to this song. I want to know who this game changer is. This person's a game changer.
Okay.
And, Dom, take a listen to this song. It's originally a French song that he wrote the words to, and it was later changed the words by somebody else who wrote their own take on it, and it became a hit. I'm sure you can tell what hit it was. Take a listen.
Oh, how I dream a marvelous dream. When all of the heavens, oh, so it seemed, with thunderous applause, look down from above, are a cloud and an angel, so much in love. I'll stay with my dream. It takes such a dream, and even a fool learns to love.
Wow, what a story that ended up into something so much better.
Yeah, it became My Way once Paul Anka wrote his take on the lyrics to that French song. But we want to know who this game changer was that wrote, before Paul Anka, his version to this French song. Dom, a game changer that later went on to have an enormous career in the late 60s, wrote the words to the French song that became My Way later on.
All right, 855-839-1210. Get in on that. Coming up, we'll get the answer, and I'll tell you who's in studio tomorrow and approximately what time. It'll be a YouTube alert around this big stuff here on Talk Radio 1210.
Our blues away. The funny man won't let them down. Now we dance in France and be their clown. That time, the laughing time, when even a fool learns to laugh.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Local news can come at you fast. Want the latest on what's happening in your backyard? Download the free Odyssey app. Follow your local news station, and you'll get alerts on the top stories making headlines in your city. You can stay in the know, no matter what you're up to, and be among the first to find out when news breaks. Plus, keep tabs on weather and traffic, so you're never caught off guard. To get started, download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, and follow your local news station.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
That's exactly right. Let's hear the clue today. Who is singing this song?
And a little backstory, Dom.
Yes.
I just want to get it out there. Late 60s, this guy working for a record company takes a French song and pens words for it, creates a demo out of it, hands it off, but nope, doesn't turn into anything because Paul Anka writes his own words to it, hands it off to Frank Sinatra, and becomes a hit. But here is this person's version, and we want to know who it is that wrote this version. Take a listen.
All right, let's go to Robin in Huntington Valley. Robin, who's singing that song?
Could that be Johnny Mathis?
No, not Johnny Mathis.
All right. Jack in Swedesboro, Talk Radio 1210. Who's singing it, Jack?
Hey, Dom, I think it's David Bowie.
Wow, I would have gotten that to me. And David Bowie couldn't protect this. Well, he didn't have anything to protect. Who cared? You know?
Yeah, he was nobody at the time.
right.
Known as David Jones at the time, working for Denmark Street London, or a pair of music publishers on Denmark Street London. And, wrote this to a song called Comme des Habitudes, a French tune that was released in 1967, then penned lyrics 68 by Bowie, also 68. Anka writes his lyrics, hands it off to Sinatra, and it becomes My Way, Dom.
Thank you very much, Jack. I'll put you on hold. We'll get the tickets to you. And that age-old question, who has the right to don the mantle and sing that song? Not Paul Anka. He can't.
What do you mean he wrote it?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It's
he gets the rights
Sinatra.
to
The image
sing
of
it.
Sinatra hovers over it. Elvis, I've said, all right, Elvis, you can do it. There are very few, though. Is there anybody contemporary today who'd be able to do it?
Yeah, there's a country singer who did it really well recently. He released an entire album of Frank Sinatra songs. I forget
How old's a country singer?
Youngish.
Can't do it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I just think you have to be a certain age. You can't be 30 or 40 and doing that. It just doesn't.
And Mark Tremonti from Creed, the guitarist from Creed, also did a Frank Sinatra cover. And he does it really well, Dom, I got to say.
Okay.
See if I can grab that for you.
Okay. Couple things. One, couple great answers on Twitter. The Fosbury flop. I remember watching that. I don't know if it was the Olympics, the high jumper, when he did that. Preposterous. It was so effective versus the way they used to do it. And Viagra as a game changer. Yeah, those are two good. Fosbury flop and Viagra. And tomorrow, Dan, we have on board in studio, I'm told, right?
Yes.
The Harlem Globetrotters.
They'll be here live in the studio, yeah.
And I think
teaching you how to spin something?
Yeah, I think the trick that they will, I envision you and Henry spinning a ball behind me as I'm spinning it on the air, and we'll capture that on YouTube. And what time are they here?
Right to lead off the show.
At
Tune
noon
in
tomorrow.
right at noon,
Okay,
yeah.
noon tomorrow. You got to be watching on YouTube. This is a must-see. If you've never seen the Globetrotters, I'm sure they'll teach us that, maybe something else. I don't know how many basketball moves. Should we come with basketball shorts?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
I will
100%.
have it tomorrow. All right. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT.
Show off your awesome passing skills. Maybe do something between the legs.
Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of windows in here. We got to be careful. But the Harlem Globetrotters coming back. They are still a thing, and I think next year is their 100th anniversary.
Woo.
That's hard to believe. Wilt played for them, of course. I think these guys are more ball handlers coming in, but they apparently say they can teach anybody how to spin a basketball. We'll see.
We'll see. How deep does anybody go? Does that cover Don Giordano?
If you happen to be in a neighborhood, maybe we could let you stop in and see if you could do it.
Let me play you some of Tremonti. Can I?
Yeah.
Because
Go
this
ahead.
guy's
Yeah.
strong. He's
Yeah.
former
Right.
Cree guitarist, now does
Right.
Tremonti's own band. But listen to his voice and how close it is to Sinatra. Ready?
Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out.
It's pretty good. It's probably an aging
got that
thing.
tone,
When
right?
Sinatra says "spit it out," oh God, there's nothing. Ownership of a song.
Yeah, with the emotion behind it.
Oh yeah, the emotion behind it. Everybody knew the story with him too. So yeah, good attempt though, without a doubt. All right, we're coming up. Victoria Coates is going to join us from the Heritage Foundation because tomorrow we have part 2, as I understand it, right, of the Kennedy hearing. And we're going to have on tomorrow the person that is Kennedy's lawyer for the Children's Defense Fund, intimately involved in all the details of what happened today and what happens tomorrow. But Victoria Coates is with us to kind of preview Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel. And Kash Patel has the best chance of the 3, according to some people, of being confirmed for the FBI. All right, so I definitely share that. She's coming up, and I want to also ask her about this Iron Dome and a couple of other things the president's been involved in. Victoria Coates, and then your answer to the side question coming up.
Not himself, then he has not.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you could even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Earn unlimited cash back up to 4% when you use your American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard for essential items such as groceries, gas, and purchases from pharmacies and home improvement stores. You'll earn 2% cash back on all other purchases, such as travel and dining. There's no limit on the amount of cash back you can earn, giving you more purchasing power for each transaction. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/cashback. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In that process, we identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. 50 million. And you know what's happened to them? They've used them as a method of making bombs. How about that?
All right, national security threat, the condoms, it's ludicrous, the whole thing. Whatever we're spending, if it's not $50 million, anywhere near that, Dom Giordano Show joining us. Because tomorrow we have Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel on the docket. Is Dr. Victoria Coates, the Vice President of Heritage's Catherine and Shelby Cullum Davis Institute for National Security and Foreign Policy. Her current book, we've had her on about this, The Battle for the Jewish State, How Israel and America Can Win. She joins us here, and without further ado, she is a big Eagles fan. Dr. Victoria, thank you for joining us again.
Absolutely a pleasure. Go Birds.
Absolutely. The Patel Gabbard thing here, people that I speak with think that Patel has the better chance, which is surprising since, to me, he'd be the more consequential. The Gabbard thing, I know, is consequential, but it's not the CIA director or something like that. Patel at the FBI, that's where there would be a lot of action. Do you share that she has more difficulty than Patel does?
I think, and just as a caveat, both Kash and Tulsi are personal friends of mine, and I like them enormously, and I do support their nominations. I think they would both be good at these respective slots. I think, yes, the issue at the FBI is so acute and requiring such thorough replumbing of that entire building and all of its offshoots. And I think what Kash brings in terms of his knowledge of the national security apparatus, his experience as a lawyer, his experience in the Congress, he understands a lot of these mechanisms and levers that he is going to have to deploy to clean up the FBI. That in a way, I suppose he is a more consequential nominee, but at the same time, the Gabbard nomination is going to be enormously important to President Trump. She will be his personal intelligence advisor, making sure the best intelligence is getting to him. And where I think she would be particularly effective is asking a lot of really hard questions of the intelligence community, which she is not afraid to do. And we've had some bad intel failures over the last 4 years. Not so much because our men and women doing the collecting are in any way faulty. I think they're great Americans, but because biases and assumptions from our top leadership prevented, sort of getting a full range of views. And so she is also, I think, very important. And, it's a shame that having non-conventional voices is apparently so upsetting to some people, but hopefully they'll both get through.
What's the most consequential of those intelligence failures, and why did that happen based on your point that you just made? What wasn't asked, or what was the bias?
I would say that the fundamental one was Afghanistan. It was the assumption that the government of Afghanistan would hold for 6 months to 24 months at least. And I think President Biden came into office with one thought in his head, which is that it would get him reelect to get out of Afghanistan. He was looking at polling that said that. I think he was personally angry that he lost the argument about withdrawing from Afghanistan during the Obama administration, and he was going to do that. And regardless of what anyone else said, he clung to that. It'll be 6 months to 2 years. He wouldn't hear any different. He wouldn't hear his senior military people saying, gee, maybe we'd better keep 2,500 at Bagram. He was going to get fully out by the 20th anniversary of 9/11 and hell or high water, and both came, and he did it anyway. So that kind of, this is what we're going to do from the top. And what you believe to be true then as an analyst stops really mattering.
Yeah, absolutely. The question I've been really waiting to ask you, though, is this unprecedented that the committee will vote in secret on Tulsi Gabbard? We know it's intelligence and all that. At least when I read, Dr. Victoria, that's unprecedented.
According to our government relations people, there is some precedent for it, but it is highly unusual, and I think it's particularly damaging in this case. I think people need to stand up and be counted. I don't see why, if all these other nominees, some of whom are controversial, I'm sure people will have tough votes on RFK, for example, why shouldn't you have to be counted on your ODNI vote? I mean, the CIA votes were public. So I just really disagree with it, and I think it's unhealthy. And I would think more members of Congress would be interested in having somebody who isn't a political ideologue going into a position like this. She's been a Democrat, she's been an independent, now she's a registered Republican. This is not somebody who has a fierce partisan ideology. She's just going for the best information she can find. And I don't understand why that is rubbing some folks the wrong way.
And I would think on this, there are tougher votes, like the RFK Jr. might be a pretty tough vote. It would seem to me the ones that want this secret more likely would be the Republicans then, because Democrats that oppose her, they're sort of where Democrats are now. I don't think they would be in trouble.
No, and that's the worry that we have. I don't know that to be the case, but my concern is that there are members of the committee who have not been particularly supportive of President Trump. They don't want to be primaried, and so they would prefer a sort of cloak of anonymity. My hope is that Senator Cotton does not agree to this. He has been very supportive of her and and open to talks with her, and so I very much hope that he holds the line on this and makes these people own what they're going to do.
Yeah, I would agree. If Cotton is for Tulsi Gabbard, that should erase, conservatives, Republicans, their point of view. Nobody would I trust more out of the people I see there to vouch for her and to be in that corner. Now, what will they center on with Tulsi Gabbard and then with Kash Patel, do you think? The Section 702, is it Assad? Is that where a lot of this goes?
I have to assume that there's going to be a lot on Syria, Section 702. They are going after her about this Hindu sect. There was a big piece in the Wall Street Journal that dropped last night about her religion. She has said she is not a member of this. None of the questions about that particular group of Hindus seem to be particularly related to her. So, it seems to me that all of us who stand up for religious liberty want to be a little bit cautious about saying just because we have someone who is a devout practicing Hindu, that we're suddenly going to call their religion, a cult and say they are not they are not worthy of serving in a high office. So that to me was unbecoming, I thought, of the Wall Street Journal to go down that particular line of attack. That could come up, I suppose. And I don't know who would decide that was a good idea to raise, but, Heck, I didn't have measles and Samoa or baby onesies on my bingo card for the RFK hearing today. So.
Now, where are you watching, though? Because it's been a joke through the show that Chuck Schumer is talking about how aroused he is, and all Democrats again and again. Oh, we've beaten it to death. But is it your sense that they really believe now that this is the shot of Trump, the federal budget, that the American public is going to rise up over that, even though the Trump people now have moved back on this for now?
In terms of reconciliation and getting that done?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, that is the big thing that has to happen. And, I thought that maybe going down to Florida for a couple of days this week was maybe not the best use of their time, that they should have been up here, starting to get what needs to be done for reconciliation. However they're going to manage that with the border, we have to get the border stuff, that money done, so that until 6 weeks ago, visiting fellow Tom Holman can do everything he needs to do. He's already doing the Lord's work, and the president has in some ways made material progress on that situation in a week, with the apprehensions down 63% because people aren't coming. Deportations in the thousands. That is all well and good, but they're going to need lots more money in pretty short order to be able to keep making this progress.
Dr. Victoria, thank you so much. And the book is a great read, How You Tie Everything Together. Next time that we talk, we'll try to work that in a lot more. But thank you for joining us, as always.
As always, a pleasure. You guys take care.
Dr. Victoria Coates here on Talk Radio 1210. Let me take one call, then we'll have the lightning round. Come on, Henry. This guy can't agree with me on almost 100% here. Rick I've never seen Orwigsburg. Is that in Bucks County? It strikes me as a Bucks County name.
That's up near Reading.
Oh, near Reading. Hey,
No,
Rick.
it's up near Reading.
Okay, Rick, thanks for joining us near Reading. What do you have on your mind?
I do agree with you for almost 100% on everything. I was born in Kensington, Philadelphia. Spent a lot of time with a lot of your Lanchmen and my Goombas down in South Philly. I went then to Mayfair when I was about 2, moved to Bucks County when I was 5, and I left there in 2015 and went down the shore. Everywhere I went, I was politically connected, but always split my vote. Even though I was a conservative Republican, I voted for Eddie Rendell because I thought he would make a better manager.
All right, so what's on your mind today, Rick?
What's on my mind today is I think we got to discuss these morons that are, and I can name them, Pocahontas, who cares nothing about anything except money. She proved that when she said she was an Indian to get into her college job. Bernie Shannon, good friend of mine, excuse me, Bernie Sanders, who did his, he is if not a communist, definitely a socialist.
Thank you, Rick. Thanks. He did the onesies thing today. I'm still trying to figure out what that is here. We'll work on that. Yes.
What a guy.
All right. Thank you, Rick. Laken Riley's mom is there with the president, emotional as they sign this. I wonder what the response would be if they were in the room of the 3 that I wrote about today. Houlihan, the Dean of Decency, and Mary Gay Scanlon, who all voted against the Laken Riley Act. More importantly, though, they're ideologues, fools. The people in those suburban areas surrounding Philadelphia, what the hell are they thinking? This is just a prime example. While you guys are exploiting the emotion of this. Look, we have enough criminals in this country. We don't need to import people whose sole mission in life is to commit crime after crime. And in this case, rape and murder her after they've gotten out of jail multiple times and broke into the country. We don't need any more. All right, it's the lightning round next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
We did finally have an ice raid here in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
This is in Philadelphia's Juniata Park section.
If ICE had streaming channel and you could pay $9.99 a month to watch it for all of the major city deportation efforts, would you not sign up for that and watch that? ICE agents kicking down doors, arresting people. I'd love to go on one of those personal raids myself. Sit in the back of the car.
They're just letting people come along with them. Dr. Phil.
Well, what did you do?
God, we should deport him.
Come on.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I have a challenge for you. I want you to write down everything that you worry about, from your kids to your bills, from the economy to the election. It would probably be a pretty long list. And when you get to a certain age, you can add retirement to that list. Did you save enough? What do you do about Social Security? Is your money in the right place? And is that 401k going to cause you a tax problem? We all worry about retirement. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, they're offering a complimentary retirement consultation. It's a free meeting to talk through all those concerns. So instead of worrying about retirement, let Spectrum Wealth show you ways to help retire your worries. Call 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Temple University is mourning the loss of a freshman student who fell from a light pole Sunday during Eagle celebrations. The White House says drones spotted flying all over New Jersey were approved by the FAA, and the nation's report card is out. Philly improved in some areas, but still trails most urban districts.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hosting a tailgate or football party? Check out Henry's Hots Barbecue in Folsom, New Jersey for your game day food. Ruthie and her team have served the tri-state area for more than 15 years. Henry's Hots Barbecue is the official caterer of the Eagles Radio Network. Enjoy or take out the award-winning Texas-style barbecue, smoked brisket, St. Louis-style ribs, homemade mac and cheese, and don't forget the fried chicken. For delicious home-style cooking, visit bestbbqssj.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That's right. Coming off all these things that happened in the last couple of days, we're looking for that game changer, somebody who really changed things. Let's go to Dwayne in Valley Forge, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dwayne, what do you have today?
Yeah, I was finishing my lunch, and, we had talked about RFK and the FDA, and we were laughing about Schumer and talking about arousal, and Robert throws in pole dancing. So I have to say that the side question... Yeah. So I have to say, if the side question is all about a game changer, it has to be 1960 when the FDA released the birth control pill.
That's a pretty good one. Got to say that is a huge game changer.
I've seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
Everybody, Victoria Coates, everybody else, same thing with this guy. The great Joe of Exton.
I actually am aroused by him.
That's Bernie Sanders. Joe, what's yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
A subtle change in the culture took place when the businesses such as Lowe's and Home Depot came on the scene and represented the supermarket of hardware stores.
Good or bad, Joe? I say bad. What do you say?
Well, it's bad for the entrepreneur, local businessman.
Well, it's the the entrepreneur, the guy in a hardware store knows something. I don't know those other businesses know anything. Same thing with the drugstore versus the neighborhood pharmacist.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's go to Earl in Tacony. All right, Earl, what do you have today?
Chuck Schumer's just a dirty old man. He tried to get those naked pictures of Trump from those radio DJs that called him the one time. If you remember during impeachment, he was talking about Trump's erection interference. And the guy's just a creep. But my answer is going to be I'm sorry?
No, go
I haven't
ahead.
seen people so aroused in
There
a
you go.
very,
You
very
continue
long
the arousal
time.
conversation, Earl.
There
Go
we
ahead. Yeah.
But my answer is going to be the automatic transmission. It didn't keep Dom Giordano from driving with 2 feet, but I pay attention to the show. We had one guy that used to work for us. We couldn't get rid of him because he was the only one that knew how to drive a stick. And when we finally got a truck to replace that truck, we said, hey, we got a new employee today. His name's Otto Trans.
Gotcha. Thank you, Earl. All right. That was good on that one. Let's try John in Westchester. John, what's yours?
Hi, Dom and Dan and the rest of you guys.
Hi, John.
My side answer is splitting or cracking the atom.
Yeah, that's what we say. They're not going to be splitting atoms. They're not geniuses. We still use that, along with Einstein, as a sign of really doing something. Absolutely.
Hasn't really
It's not
done
brain
much, though.
surgery.
I mean,
What, splitting the atom?
yeah.
Well, we have 30,000 nuclear weapons aimed at us right now, so I guess maybe, yeah. It's only a minor thing. Yeah.
A black hole?
Yeah. Joe in Bordentown on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Joe, what do you have today?
Nikola Tesla, who perfected and developed alternating current, which is vital to a modern society. And also, I have something other to add, that David Bowie played Tesla in the movie The Prestige.
Oh, I did not know that.
He did. He's fantastic in that role.
Yeah, he should have played Edison. Who played Edison? That's what I'm going to... Let's look that one up. All right.
I don't think he was in that movie.
Dave in Levittown. Hey, Dave, afternoon. What do you have?
Yeah, Dom, game changer, GPS. We'd all be lost without it.
Yeah.
I'd be lost without
Yeah,
GPS.
exactly.
It's a good joke there.
Yeah, pretty good. Siri is not reliable, and our own. It made the day of looking at maps just to go.
I don't know how people traveled back in the day. I genuinely think that all the time. I don't know how you pull out a map while driving. Get off here.
You almost had to have somebody read the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true. It's
a
much.
co-pilot.
That is pretty good. That is a big deal as far as everyday convenience.
So were you the map reader or was Ro the map reader?
Oh, Ro's the map reader. Ro's not. Nobody else is driving. You know that, Dan. Come on.
I mean,
Richard
she
Petty,
probably
shove
should.
over.
I would think she's a much better driver than the
I
person
don't
who drives
think
with
so.
2 feet.
I don't think so.
No?
It's an extra foot for the brake. That's all it is. I bet 10%
need an
of the
extra
people
foot for the
listening drive with 2 feet. I'll
you
make
need
that
ankles
15.
for?
15%. No? Too high?
It's lower than that.
How much of our audience is police officers? Because apparently they all drive with 2 feet.
See, that ought to tell you something. Joe in Columbus. Joe, you look like someone that would drive with 2 feet.
Dom, I got the last year standard model of Audi, so I got to drive with 2 feet.
There you go. I knew it right there. There you go.
Yeah, but he's driving a manual.
Well,
Yeah.
that doesn't matter. Okay, it's still 2 feet. All right, Joe,
That's 2 feet.
what's your answer?
Well, on this day of global warming, and don't misinterpret that, mine is refrigeration, air conditioning.
Air conditioning is always a good answer to almost anything. Big deal. All right, Henry, did you like one today that stood out to you?
Yeah, I thought Dwayne and Valley Forge's answer of birth control fit the theme today. But Earl of Tacony with the automatic transmission. I mean, where would we be without that?
Okay, I like the GPS too. I'm going back and
I like
forth
the
with
GPS.
the birth control. I like though. That is, come on.
I mean, did he mean to make a joke with the GPS of we'd be lost without it? Because That's a great dad joke. So
Yeah.
I'm leaning there. Maybe the refrigerating with the air conditioning was a good one.
Yeah,
Instant replay completely changed watching sports.
Yeah, that's only sports though. So you like the GPS?
Well, I can go with birth control too, Dwayne Valley Forge.
Okay, I go with birth control.
Oh!
I thought that fit
Dwayne
everything.
Valley Forge
Yeah,
into
Dwayne
that.
and Valley Forge. Yeah, GPS, you might get lost. Birth control, that might be other problems. All right. Rich is
That's the way to put
next
it.
for 4 big hours. And tomorrow, right at high noon, Dan and I and Henry probably are going to be, somebody's got to be at the controls, but we'll be spinning basketballs with the Harlem Globetrotters. We'll see how good they are.
Aroused.
We'll also continue that into tomorrow. I mean, how can you resist? It's just hard. What a day. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Again, Rich next. It's Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, man, who's that cat coming down?
PHT.
I don't know, but it's time for me.
Great news! There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, the Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 5-year price guarantee. Save up to $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 free months of Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today. Gift card offer and 5-year price guarantee ends 2/19/25. Requires Fios service for 65 days before card registration. One offer per eligible account. 3 months free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 per month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. Price guarantee for new subscribers and applies to current base rates only. Other charges and third-party services and perks excluded. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
Taxi.